What the hell? Go, go, baby! Get out of here! Not today! You ain't taking my... Whoa! Oh! What did I tell you? I said don't let me get heated with the longbow, baby! Bow, bow! I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good!
No
now get
problem.
out of my way!
I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time. All the time. No problem.
Good!
No
Now get out!
Good evening, everybody. Hello there. Hello there. Hope everybody's doing well. AO3, my man. Good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. Yeah, so when it comes to when it comes to the Gridmaster mode, like realistically, not a whole lot left that we could get into. You know what I'm saying? Like we could try and get into the bossing and shit, but I tell you, I don't know what it was. We really just lost a bit of some steam there. I think it was, I don't know, maybe the amount of tasks, the sped up version of the league just felt like the things that were left to grind for just weren't quite it. That, and like I said, my membership ran out. And dude, I'm telling you, I don't know what the hell happened. The company would not take my card. I had to go through some roundabout fucking way to get membership on that account. And when I did, I put it on the Jagex launcher account, whatever, and it just like defaulted it onto the first character, which wasn't the account that I wanted it on in the first place. And then I actually even purchased it a second time, trying to specify what character I wanted it on. And again, it just put it on that guy. So I was like, whatever, dude, whatever. I'm not even going to deal with it right now. Indeed. We're going to jump on into some Dune Awakening. Yes, in fact, we're jumping back into some Dune Awakening. Seeing what sort of trouble we can get into, seeing what sort of things we can find. It may be a short stream and or like a bit of a split stream. I don't know. We're kind of, running out of some things to do over here. The bases are few and far between nowadays. We're kind of, this week in particular for me is a bit chopped up. We're massively busy at come Wednesday and Thursday, unfortunately. Not even going to be back and probably able to live stream until Friday night, October 31st. So, and even that's kind of up in the air. And we got a lot going on. So, yeah. We're just kind of buying time here, though, waiting on the launch of Arc Raiders. So, might be a bit of a short stream tonight. But we're going to get in and look and see if we can't find any bases. We may bounce around to another game. Should we, like, say, go search all 3 instances and not find anything to do. Give me a minute. We're booting up the game. The game's cooking. It's a-coming. Well, now my voice, I hear my voice. Oh, I see. Indeed, I did hear my voice. Hello there, me. Oh, why, hello there. Let's take a look. Let's take a little quick peek at the Steam charts. Tootsie, good to see you. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. 24-hour peak of 13,000. So it's a bit up. It's a bit up. It's a bit up from the day before. Hell yeah, we're cooking. We're cooking, and we're still inside of my exact predicted bottom out 24-hour peak numbers for Dune Awakening. However, there's still 2 months, or actually like 1 month left. Him was saying that it's going to be at 8,000 players. It's going to be at 8,000 players before December. So by December. So he's got about a month left on that prediction. I'm assuming between 12 and 15,000 is going to be the bottom out number, and then it'll ride that number all the way out until the first expansion. Very good, very good. All right. Let's jump on into it then. So this week's gonna be a bit weird, you guys. Like I said, I've got a funeral to go to at the end of the week. So it's just me and my kid at the house right now too. So I've been balancing all of that shit. Basically, it's either gonna be like a week of shorter streams, and or it's gonna be every other day running type shit. Cause I gotta get stuff situated around the house. Amongst so many other things. Been a couple days since I've been on. I've been trying to detail clean, so we might as well kind of start talking about this now. All of this is super up in the air at this point in time. Like super duper up in the air. But we may actually turn into a situation where, oh god, we're having to move, and what exactly that ends up, doing to the live streams. I guess we're gonna have to cross that bridge when we get there. Indeed. Well then, I'm out of gas. We've been gassed. Oh, the base that was here has decided to pack up early, it seems. They're out of here. Mother... son of a gun. What the fuck is on that could possibly be taking the power from that? Hey, Joseph, my man, coming in. Dropping the sub on YouTube. I never know with the YouTube subs if they're here. In all likelihood, this is just Botrix finally catching up from the previous. Botrix stops paying attention to the damn game. This doesn't tell me how much energy it uses.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of election.
Sam, honestly, if you re-rolled into Harmony, we would be able to hook you up with an Ornithopter, but even if we weren't, like, on or active at the time, typically people do try to get people up and rolling, but there's, honestly, Sam, there's not a whole lot going on over here on Harmony either. Like, it is bad and busted over here as well, in the sense of, dude, we put a big base, a big base up inside of the PvP zone of the deep desert, and it sat there for 24 hours without anybody even, picking at it. Well, that obviously didn't take any power then, did it? And that's just weird. Like, it should most definitely not last the entirety of the time without have taken some form of damage. Fucking hell. And a lot of what you see over here on Harmony is people, you know, bug abusing the mole people, man. The mole people have come out in droves, and they're from what I understand, they're still fairly consistent. That might have changed this week or the week prior, and then we've got the people who basically what it boils down to is people just running in and out of the deep desert grabbing schematics. They just pop in, they pop out, they pop in, they pop out. Oh, right. They're not even mole people. Yeah, right. Like Sparkle says, they're crab people. they are actually and have transitioned into like some form of a crab person. They have. Sam, I think the player base will bottom out between 12 and 15,000. And those are just the diehards, and the people who, like us, are just kind of like holding on to that last hope. And by diehards, I mean people that are basically glazing the devs no matter what the devs do. And then there's people like us who I'm assuming are a little bit more realistic and just literally holding on to every last hope. If we're talking about the drop in players on Harmony, I don't know, man. That has been weird, hasn't it? Even on Harmony, specifically, if we go over to Dune status, typically, for the longest time, it was always, even at the deadest times of night, it was like always above 200 people. And even right now, it's sitting at 441, which is like where it would typically sit. But man, like a week ago, Harmony was dropping sub 100 players. Fucking crazy. Crazy. There's been an ebb and flow of players, though. There really has. Guilds leave, guilds come in. Guilds leave, guilds come in. Week by week, people bail. Week by week, new people roll in. Like if we ever get Zed back in the chat, I'm wondering how those guys are hanging in. They joined Harmony just the other week. We helped get them going with a little bit of some stuff. But they joined Harmony just the other week or two ago. All right. Perfect. We got the fuel. Let's go see if we can find a base. Let's go see if we can find a base. We do have our missiles. Good. I think I've got to take this out, and I've got to put the sword back in. I think it's a bit ridiculous that we put the las gun in as the number 1 slot, and I've been pulling out the las gun in like the least opportune situations. And that not having a sword in your hotbar means that you don't even have the ability to parry, and that's a problem. Like, we're not running a melee build, but we still kind of need the ability to parry. Well. Oh, what do we got? What do we got happening here? A little bit of some solo harvesting, perhaps. Kind of what it looks like. Boy, that is a dangerous thing to do, I tell ya. You better notice me. I don't know if I can see him. Can he see me? Is that how line of sight works in this game? Oh. I think he sees me. Yeah, the thing is with leaving out free stuff, man, griefers will grief. Indeed. Oh. Oh, I don't know if it's coming after me. Oh, I'm scared. Get in. All right. Let's pretend like we never saw that guy. Onwards, as they say. Onwards and forwards. We're out here looking for bases. Driver, my man, good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well. Like I was saying though, Sam, I mean, you leave stuff like that out, it's gonna get griefed eventually, you know? I can't count on two hands the number of times I've heard people complaining about putting free water out and then having the water disappear. There was even times I was hearing people had the water accidentally attached to their main base's water source and then they just got completely and totally drained. But no, you're right. Buying the ornithopters is literally pennies on the dollar, especially inside something like Harmony. F3 and G3 by the Titanium and Stravidium Islands. Ooh. Where am I at right now? G2, as they say. Yeah, it's been a couple days. It's been a couple days since I've jumped on. I've been knocking out the housework like crazy. We've been hammering it down for multiple reasons. So the house looks good when the wife gets home. We might have to end up either renting or selling this place to facilitate other things. There's a lot that might get tossed up in the air here in the coming months. Problem with bases on Harmony, they should get knocked down each and every single day. That's why I was surprised the base by the PvP ship sat there for over 24 hours. Granted, you know, that base, there was very little incentive or, like, appearing incentive to raid that base, but you don't typically need a whole lot of incentive to go about deciding to raid something, you know what I mean? The incentive, for me at least, is typically just to break it down.
For we are opposed around the world
Dear gosh, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Haha, you crazy, my man. You crazy, you crazy, you crazy. I tell ya. Bald boy coming in, rating with 14 viewers, my man. You are a wild one. We appreciate you. We most definitely do. I hope you had yourself an excellent stream. I hope you had yourself a good one. I hope it was fantastic. We're just out here doing the typical dirty business we do, looking for some bases to knock down inside of the deep desert, though day by day, they become few and far between. You actually got a Stravidium, Titanium, and Spice loads out with the Assault Ornithopter this weekend. Very nice. Very nice. I'm telling you, driver, the 3 instances over inside of Harmony have made farming the Titanium and Stravidium Islands a piece of cake, thus making it harder and harder to find bases to raid over at those islands. And then the same thing with Spice. It's made Spice harvesting, even on large fields, a whole lot less risky. It's not just one large spice field that the entire server is fighting over, it's 3. Cowboy, good evening, my friend. Good evening. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hello there. Well, I didn't notice... Is that Spice over there? I didn't notice anybody on the G3 or F3 driver, so that's the thing as well. The bases are few and far between, and we're not the only one out here who comes and knocks these things down, so... I tell ya, I was surprised the base we put in the PvP zone earlier in the week lasted 24 hours. Lasted longer than that. Just at a loss sometimes, you know? We're just at a loss here. It's giving me Dugap vibes. And I think it's the 3 separate instances. And at first with the 3 separate instances, I was like, this will be good for our base rating. Because that's what I enjoy doing inside of this game, is just knocking down bases for fun. And I was like, 3 separate instances, 3 areas in which, you know, people will be possibly throwing up some builds at. Obviously just multiplying the opportunity, correct? And in some ways, yes, that's true, but in a lot of other ways, I tell ya, it just involves a lot of searching 3 deep deserts. Let's go ahead and check the X real quick. Has Dune even... When was the last time Dune even posted anything? Like, have they even posted... This is kind of what's weird as well, is they seemingly don't have, and they need to have, but they don't have these, like, monthly developer streams where they're talking about something. The last thing we have from them is patch notes. That's basically all they post talking about anymore is patch notes. And then they talked about the stupid pieces that they added into the game. Good, fantastic. Well, you know what else sucks, dude, is we've only got like 3 tiles to search inside of the PvP zone anyways. And technically now that you can just get your ornithopters back for free, if you just took your carrier out with a buggy and just filled the buggy up, just carrier buggy mining, psh, piece of cake. Sam, I totally agree, and I've said this before. I would not complain about cosmetic shops at all, and I'm not somebody who would buy the cosmetics. I don't care about the cosmetics. I really just do not. But I wouldn't complain about a cosmetic shop if it meant that it would fund some extra development coming into the game. You know? Because, like, building sets would sell like hotcakes. Ornithopter variants would sell... I mean, the player base is just dwindling and dwindling and dwindling, though, so it's like the amount of people they could sell it to is just getting lower and lower. Should have launched with a cosmetic shop to fund development. They can possibly hire some competent teams. But instead, we're going to be looking at getting our build pieces given to us 4 pieces at a time via Twitch drops. I hope everybody's excited for that. I hope we're all super stoked. Mega hype. Hype to the extremist levels. Dang it, we didn't hit it. We weren't good enough to hit it. Next time. We'll get him next time. Cowboy, you coming in from Bald Boys. My man gets around. Hey. I hope everything was good over there. My concern, though, Sam, is I don't trust these guys. Dude, I don't trust these guys. If they opened up a cash shop, would it go to funding more development, or would it just get shoved into something else? Shoved right into the banks of some others, or spread around. I don't fucking know. I don't trust that it would fund any sort of extra development in the game, and We've already talked about the possibility that the people who originally copy and pasted the code over from Conan Exiles got fired, which left a whole new team forced to decipher basically what was, I'm assuming, the longest piece of spaghetti strand code that they've ever had to decipher. So, it's like who's at fault here? The current team or the previous team? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't care. Yeah, CEO profits, yeah. So yeah, I was being generous in saying that it would get spread around the company. Yeah, it would get shoved right in the pockets of the CEOs, indeed. Indeed, Tencent would say, well, that's another thing that has me surprised a little bit, is that Tencent's let this whole thing fall to such disarray and didn't force in proper monetization, because I would argue that the lack of a cash shop is just improper monetization, just flat out. It just really is. Tenet, good evening. I hope you're doing well. Hello there. I hope you're doing good. Kato, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello, hello. We're doing all right. It could always be worse, Tan. It could always be worse. We're 4 days out from the launch of Arc Raiders, and also 4 days out from hopefully the schedule around the house, at least for me, getting a little bit more stable. Stabling out just a little bit, getting a little bit more stable. But we might go from stability straight into even worse cases of stability. So it's gonna get wild around here. Bear with me. Could be a strange few months that we're getting ready to walk into over here on the channel, but it will all work itself out in the end, per usual. Oh, give me a minute. Hey, Muffin, this chair is fantastic. Let me tell you, it's maybe the comfiest chair I've ever sat on. Let me tell ya. That wood straight from China, probably, and it is, they know how to make a wood that you want to sit on. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Muffin? Picking up what I'm putting down? I've never had a stiffer back in my life, and I would 100% recommend it. 100% recommend. Dakota, good evening. Hello there. Well, I'm not surprised to see Ornithopter Combat somewhat making a return driver. That must suck, though, a bit, to have to chase down those fights and basically look for the ring mouth on 3 separate instances, just hoping that somebody's there with a carrier. You know, though probably more often than not, somebody is there with a carrier. You know, I'd imagine. I would assume. I fucking tell you, dude. Well then. Yeah, you know what? I haven't been in any sort of aerial combat in a long time, driver. Oh. Is that what I think it is? Dear God. It's a hidden base. Oh! Our cover's been blown! Let's pull out this. I haven't been in any sort of aerial combat in a long time. So I'm not positive. But previously, man, it took a lot to take an ornithopter down to the point where it had to literally crash land. So if they genuinely managed to force crash land a carrier and all of the attacks, I mean, that's... Now granted, like I said, it's been a long time since I've partook in the aerial combat. From what I understand, that's about just as broken as the Ancient Way. And I'm just so sick of playing this fucking broken-ass game, dude. I'm just so tired of it. Like, the PvP's fundamentally broken. The Ancient Way was functioning, now it's fundamentally broken. The rockets were somewhat functioning on the ornithopters, now they're jacked up. Like, I just don't fucking get it, dude. Crippling Strike was working, now it's completely and totally nerfed into the ground. They've yet to do anything about the attractor field. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense on levels that just don't even frickin' make sense, dude. It's irritating. Hello? This guy's got a survival fabricator out here. What the hell is that? What in the do-gap type shit am I looking at right now? Is that the entirety of the base? Surely not. I'm stumped. The AI, it's just broken all around, and they just keep breaking it more. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand half of the shit that they decide to do. Hello? Maybe a bit deeper than meets the eye. G6 right on the corner. Alright, now that's locked in the head. I'll never forget it. G6 right on the corner. Obviously never gonna forget it. We're fully prepared. Well, we found one, damn. It's a weird one, too. I'm telling you, fuck, everybody from Dugap moved over here. Some weird-ass base builders moved over here. And all of the people who used to be doing all the honeycomb, they're gone. They've left. They've left the game. They don't play anymore. They don't play anymore.
On infiltration.
Hey, Dub, coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Oh, welcome, my friend. Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well. Dude, I tell you, sometimes when you're a parent, you just have some of like the most proudest moments. And my kid is just wild, bro. He's just like his dad. He is a gamer through and through. He's still on a bit of like a bit of some fall break, mixed in with school and whatnot. So we've been a bit lenient with his schedule, which has helped me out considering that it's just me for the past couple of weeks. Anywho, I roll out there. He's out there. He's got his headset on, playing Halo. I think he's listening to some sort of like Mario dubstep in the back because he's like humming the Mario theme song as he's just like running around, dicking around in Forge on Halo. That kid is a champion, I tell ya. It's not as good as when I caught him skipping scenes, though. He was trying to mash through that scene like a madman, like a bat out of hell. He was mashing the spacebar so hard, I thought he was gonna break it. And he was like, come on, why do we have to do the cutscenes? And I just got a big old smile on my face. I was like, that is my boy. I couldn't agree more. Why the fuck skip? Can we get an insta skip button on these cutscenes? Hold spacebar to skip, or having to mash through the entirety of the chat dialogue, chat bubbles? How about a skip to end of chat bubbles button, huh? How about a get me the hell through this nonsense button, huh? Indeed. There we go. This is like, man, these big bowl islands that you could actually build in and around are so few and far between. This used to be a hot spot for hidden bases, but these stupid assholes, when they changed up the way the deep desert layouts are, they decided that, oh, if it's a big bowl island, to just put a control point on it. Fucking pissing me off. God. Whoever's like the final say greenlighting some of these decisions needs to fire the people coming up with the decisions, and then they themselves need to be fired for fucking greenlighting some of this shit. I disappeared. Yeah, we're gone for now. We're gone. The camera's gone intentionally down for the moment. Good to see you, though. I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well. Hey, there we are. There it is. All right, well, we've got one base pegged down. We don't, in fact, know exactly when the timing is on this storm. We booted the live stream up about 50 minutes ago at this point in time. So, I mean, like, we ought to be, like, within 20 minutes max of this storm rolling through. Whether or not it hits the tile we needed to, I don't know. And we still have 2 instances left for us to search, which could potentially have some good stuff on it. I'm gonna go and since we're getting closer and closer to the storm, I'm gonna give G3 and F3 a better look over. Give him a better scope through. You know what, man? We need to find that clip, dude. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about this. I'm telling you guys, I can't get that moment in Arc Raiders out of my head where that stupid ball arc trolled me. I can't get it out of my head. Him flying off of that staircase and exploding himself just runs through my brain as I sleep at night, I swear. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, that's not the only time we got trolled by the Ark inside of that game. There was one time we had 3 of these little, like, I'm going to call them Hornets, but I don't know exactly what they were. We had 3 of them, and they downed me, and then they sat around me and just danced. They just sat around me, and all 3 of them, like, in sequence, danced. I got to find that. Pretty sure it was in the first live stream. I'm gonna have to find that one. More fun for me, sure. But, you know, if the storms came through more often and I didn't have a base located that I could raid, honestly, it wouldn't make too much of a difference. I think realistically the storms should hit the entirety of the deep desert because as it stands right now, it's possible that the storm only sweeps through a very small portion of the deep desert and doesn't even hit the base that I'm trying to raid. I think that the storm should hit the entirety of the deep desert every time it rolls through. So that way it's like every hour there was like a moment in time where you knew people were going to have to get down on the ground and tuck away in some way, shape, or form. Because right now I could just go to the south or to the north of the storm and just fly around it, essentially. Let alone the fact that it's bugged and you can fly over it. Like, not even to mention that.
On infiltration.
Kato, my man, coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you?
Intimidation.
Welcome, my friend, welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. If I was a betting man, I would assume that that I know you. I recognize you from somewhere. Pretty sure I recognize you. Eurism, good evening, good evening. Hello, hello, hello. You know, PvP, what pisses me off, Sam, is PvP used to be in a decent state where it was concentrated at the labs. And then they had to go and make such drastic changes. Like, so they could have and should have just made it to where the loot was instanced loot in the deep desert, but it's still coming through on a weekly cycle. So yes, you're gonna have more schematics coming into the game, but it's still only the schematics that are available throughout the week. Because when it was a cycle of schematics, and like say this island was a lab, this lab would have, like, let's say the bulwark set, and let's just say, or forge, and let's say people wanted to get the forge set. PvP would be concentrated at this island because people would be fighting for that forge set all week. Now that loot's everywhere, PvP is concentrated nowhere. And instead what you get happening, Sam, even on Harmony, is you get people just flying to the loot, grabbing the loot, and leaving. And it's gotten so bad, like we were talking about earlier, the crab people. 1 week, the very first week, where all of the loot came onto the deep desert, in the F7 lab, you were able to phase through the wall and essentially fly under the map and hit up 3 out of the 4 labs without even having to partake in the PvE. And people did that all week, and I think they've just been finding ways to become crab people ever since, and they're just, you know, cheesing their way through. It's just dumping even more schematics on, and PvP is just nowhere because there's no concentrated place for PvP. 2 weeks ago, okay, so I think it was 2 weeks ago, let's say, we were flying around and we were looking at a base that we were going to raid. And I can't say for certain, but they might have been stream snipers the whole time, but let's just assume that they weren't. The base that we were looking at that we were going to raid had 2 people come up and attack us. We managed to 2v1 these people. So we managed to take both of them down by ourselves, which, if you guys have been watching the stream for any period of time, you got to be pretty bad at the game to lose a 2v1 against the old man Jenkins. I tell you. The PvP system in this game is a fucking joke. But regardless, we took both of them down, and then they started stream sniping us, and they were chasing me and Eurism around while Eurism and I were looking at other bases. And what I ended up doing was I lured those guys to the most populated lab of the week. We lured them to the most populated lab of the week, and then a whole war ensued at that point in time. Nowadays, I couldn't drag them to the most populated lab. If I did, I'd be dragging them into a PvE fight. I couldn't lure people to a lab and then have them run into another squad, because essentially we lured the stream snipers into a lab and had the people at the lab fight the stream snipers for us, because there was like 2 or 3 stream snipers coming after us, and then there was like 6 or 7 or even more people at the lab. So I ran down in the lab and forced the people in the lab to come up, and then they started fighting those people, and then like another team came up. It just chaos ensued. I think I made a video about it. If I didn't, I was in the process of it, and then I just decided not to because it would just be long and strung out and actually like hard to explain exactly what was going on without making the video 45 minutes long. So we just didn't upload it, but I might have. It got wild. Couldn't do that nowadays. And that's even on Harmony. It's even on Harmony. When we were setting up that base inside of the PvP zone, we were building for like an hour before 2 random people rolled up on us, and I don't know if I don't know exactly. They didn't seem to have ill intent, which is weird over here on Harmony to run into somebody without ill intent, because they didn't immediately take us down. And then we continued to build for like 4 hours before Dragon, who was in the stream, rolled through, and we sniped at each other for a bit, and he snuck into the base via the hole that I had. And then aside from that, after we had the whole thing up and done and dusted, it was like once per hour somebody would roll into the PvP ship, and then they would get the loot, and then they would leave, making the window of opportunity to pester them essentially like 30 seconds long, because those things are incredibly easy. I don't know, man. I don't know. What I was getting at with the fact that I need to find that Arc Raiders clip where those 3 AI were literally dancing around me after they knocked me down, is just because I tell ya, dude, I don't mind. I'm a PvP player at heart. Like, I prefer PvP. Inside of RuneScape, I play the game to PvP. I always have. I don't mind PvE, though. I can get down with some really good and creative PvE. I've got like 350 or some odd hours into Once Human, which has some pretty creative and fun to handle PvE situations. I enjoy solid PvE experiences. And man, Arc Raiders, it was just something else. It was just something else. I hope they don't tone back the AI. And from what I understand, they're not going to quite tone back the AI difficulty. Just a little bit of the sensory through the bushes and whatnot. But the insanity that can happen with the AI inside of that game is like a breath of fresh air when you've been doing Dune Awakening's copy and paste PvE for so long. That's why I won't do the PvE in this game anymore. I won't do it. Nuh-uh. That's what we're looking for. Oh my days. It's going into the eye section, isn't it? See, this is what pisses me off, dude. This storm right here, unless it's heading south, is gonna basically hit no part of this deep desert. It's a waste of a storm, a waste of time. Doesn't even have a purpose in spawning in. Unbelievable. It's just so messed up, man. I am a storm shamer. Look at this storm. This storm should be ashamed. The game should be ashamed, to be honest. There should definitely 100,000,000% be some sort of check in place inside of the code that says, oh, you know, does at least 70% of this storm hit the deep desert? If not, re-roll where the fuck it's gonna fucking be placed at, because this is ridiculous, dude. I swear if I hit this wall before I even hit this storm, I'm gonna flip. It's entirely possible. No, we would have hit this storm. Okay, well, you know, 2% of it made it into the deep desert. That's good. Oh, wait, sorry. Sorry, I lied. What are we doing? What are we doing? That storm went from there to there and is gone. It is gone. It is gone. Every time we sit in the deep desert and we're like, I think the storm skipped this hour. This is probably what happened. This is probably exactly what happened. What a scam. Oh my god, it's gone. It's not even gonna cycle back. How could they get away with this? It's sometimes I'm like, it's not even just incompetence, it's just flat out neglect, bro. It's just flat out neglect, and some of these teams need to be investigated, for real. I'm surprised, like, you know why Tencent's not stepping in and fucking doing anything? Because Dune Awakening made its bag. I'm surprised Tencent's not like, oh, do extra things to make your bag, but that's why Tencent's not stepping in. They don't give a shit. They don't care. Storms in the deep desert only work when you're farming spice. Exactly like Matt said. They're only going to come when you absolutely do not need them to come. You know, right when you get to the ring mouth with your carrier after a 15,000 kilometer flight. Meter, kilometer, I don't fucking know. Feet, miles, I don't care. Yeah, Kato, me too, my friend, me too. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go live for the very launch of Arc Raiders. We're gonna be out of town on the 29th, and we're gonna be out of town on the 30th. The next live stream will probably be, you know, October or Halloween night, where we're doing a 24-hour Arc Raiders catch-up stream. But like I was saying earlier, everything's still kind of up in the air at this point a little bit. But regardless, yes, thank goodness we've got a breath of fresh air that we'll be able to dip into for a little bit, kind of like shake off the rust here inside of Dune Awakening, because if you can't tell, this game's really starting to get on my nerves. And I'm telling you, the best thing you can do in these types of situations is play something else for a couple of days, because when you play something else for a couple of days and then you come back into Dune Awakening, it feels like it's less of a chore. A lot of the times this game just, like, for some reason develops into a chore. Oh, you want to go look for bases to raid? Well, have fun flying around the desert for 6 hours. Fucking hell. Oh, you found a base you want to raid? Well, you're going to have to wait another hour, pal, because the storm just literally clipped the very corner of the deep desert. That's shameful. That's shameful. That's unacceptable levels of clippage there. I've only seen it that bad a couple of times. I've seen the storm entirely roll past the shield wall before. It's just like fully north of the shield wall. But to just clip the very corner there and then just head northeasterly out, bro, come on, man. Come on, dude. How's there not checks in place to make sure that it at least hits a specific percentage of the deep desert? It's crazy. It's crazy. Every time you had a storm show up while you're getting flower sand, nice. Very nice. Is Eurism's flower sand spot still active, or did they take that away as well? Hey, Beth, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Wow. A medium field smack in the middle of, right next to the PvP zone. Very nice. Oh, nice. Nice. So good to hear that they haven't yet removed the flower sand. They shouldn't have quite removed that in the first place. Maybe they should have, you know what would have been a good move by them? If they see, this is what they would have done if they were smart. Unfortunately, they're not. Which is why I'm like, is it incompetence? Is it neglect? Is it stupidity? Is it lack of common sense? I don't know. It's something, that's for sure. Because if they were smart, they would have realized, hey, a good chunk of the player base prefers to just go farm the flower sand in the safe spot. They don't want to fucking deal with the worm bullshit. It's been a bit buggy in the Haga Basin. You know, it's the most punishing form of death. You know, let's go ahead and add in a few more spots that are like maybe fully inside of the area where the worm doesn't show up. And oh, you know what? Maybe let's make them harvestable by the sand crawler. Those two things. Like, imagine if they did something like that. Arrogance? I mean, bro, if it's arrogance, dude, my God. No, Matt. I refuse to believe that. Because from what I understand, what happened is the original developers who made the, let's say, base code for Dune Awakening got laid off and replaced by a completely and totally different team. So this one of two things is happening here. The guys who originally made the code base copy and pasted that shit from Conan Exiles and then tweaked it in ways that just obviously didn't work, and then dumped this project off on a random team of people who then had to like sort through the shit, let's say. Or the second team that picked up the project is just completely and totally incompetent. I would lean towards the direction that the original team who made the code base completely and totally jacked it up. It's probably a mixture of those two situations, actually. Probably a bit of spaghetti code from the first team, and then the second team comes in, has to cipher through like the shit spaghetti code. They fix something over here, it breaks something over there. They're trying to figure it out, and also mixed with like levels of I wouldn't say arrogance, but just I don't want to call it stupidity either, though that is like a fitting word. It's just like not common sense when it comes to like how a game should function, almost like non-game developers developing the game type shit. Because I'm convinced that most of them haven't played. Hey, Sin, coming in. You're rocking the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you, my friend? Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. Not caring. I mean, like, honestly, imagine like put yourself in the shoes of the second developer team. You're like brought into this project knowing that the original team got laid off for whatever reason. So you've already got that on the back of your mind, and then you got to come in and cipher through like all of this shit. I think eventually that would wear a person down to the point where they don't care. So like, you know, they might have come into the project caring a little bit, but eventually got whittled down. That's kind of me playing devil's advocate just a little bit. We tear into these poor devs pretty rough around here most of the time. I'm not convinced that any of them are worth their weight in salt. I would have canned, if I was running Funcom, I would have replaced many teams entirely, full teams, but there's also possibilities of things going on inside of the background that we don't quite, you know, are privy to that knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Might not be the second team's fault at all, and those guys are out there busting their ass trying to fix the first team's fault problems. Like that's a non-zero possibility of being the what's happening here. If that was the case, I would, like, I don't know, a bit of honesty I think would go a long way if that was the situation. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know anymore. What I do know is that I'm excited for Arc Raiders on the 30th/31st for me. I can't get in until the 31st, but how do we nice breath of fresh air? Hopefully it'll give people who just rolled into Harmony time to catch up and start building in the deep desert. So when we come back, there's more bases to raid. And it's entirely possible we walk into, like, maybe these guys pull their heads out of their ass. I think an amazing change for us in particular would be if they got rid of the safe zone being all the way out to the E sector and they made just the shield wall safe zone. That would be massive for us. I think that would be big for the game, actually. I think that would be big for the game. I don't think they're ever going to pull that move because people have become accustomed to the E-row type stuff, and I don't know, man. I don't know. The weird thing is, like, even with PvP players, the second they fixed the repair glitch, I want to say at least, like, 30% of the PvP players were like, I'm out. That took me off guard. I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that. And I think 30% might be being generous. I think it might have been more than 30%. They were like, nah, man. I just want to risk my fuel cells. I don't want to risk my gear's durability. It's weird. It's weird. At that point, the game should just be like a fucking battle royale or like a battlegrounds PvP system, if that's this type of PvP that those people were wanting, because those carry less risk versus reward type stuff, and the gear would essentially be made valueless. If you could just repair it infinitely, the gear is made valueless. Once you have it, and you're good to go forever. Which is a bit crazy. At any rate, there's one singular base inside of Instance 1. I wasn't quite paying attention to the time. I think it happened like right on the 0 mark, maybe on the 50 mark when we ran into that storm. So there's about 30 minutes left, maybe 40 minutes left until the storm over on Instance 3. These storms are typically within 15 minutes of each other, so it's entirely possible we just missed the storm. It's also possible that it's getting ready to roll through. Either way, we've got the entirety of this instance to now dip our toes into here. Dude, I have 4 cats. Unfortunately, we fucking got stuck with 4 cats. It started off as 2, and one of them they were meant to be like kittens, but it turns out one of them was actually pregnant and spit out 2 extra cats. So we got 4 cats. These things are like raccoons. These things are like, they're not even cats. Look, the storm, I was right. Dude, am I the storm whisperer? I'm too good at this. I'm too good at this. We've got this locked too deep in our head. It's scary now, to this point in time. How we're just that damn good. The same with the raid timer. 6 minutes, that I could, does it take 6 minutes to make a hard-boiled egg? Because if it does, I can fucking make a perfect hard-boiled egg every time, I guarantee it. I don't even know how, I've just got that time locked in my head at this point. These cats are like raccoons, they're not even cats, they're like dogs. Have you guys ever seen cats, these cats will, first off, they go after dairy like crazy. I've never seen cats go after dairy like these cats. Anything dairy, butter, cheese. You pull out like a cup of milk or a bowl of cereal, they're almost gonna like knock you over trying to get it. I'm not even kidding. But they'll also like eat pizza crust. I've seen them chomping on pizza crust, and they grab it in their mouth and they shake it around. Rip it apart like pizza crust. Bones, just like a dog, just like a fucking dog. They'll eat the bones. Oh fuck, what instance was it? I think it's 2. Alrab. I think it's instance number 2, but it's a Siege Alrab. They'll eat bones like dogs. Eat all of the meat off of the chicken bone. So weird. And then I think what makes them most like raccoons, I swear, I've walked out into my kitchen and seen more than one of them. So more than one of them do this. They put their hind legs, their back legs up on the rim of the trash can. And then with their back legs, they hold the entirety of their body weight as they lean their head into the trash. And I'm not even kidding, I walked up on him one time without him knowing, and it was like sifting through with its hands, like a raccoon would. It was like sifting through. It was like sifting through the trash, looking for shit to eat. I was like, that's it. I knew it. I knew you were a raccoon. And it went skittering off. It went skittering off outside, and I never seen that thing again. That one might have been a raccoon, actually. Well, that storm happened on, like, right on the 15 mark. Damn, these were some of our best spots to have a base be at, for real. It's a complete and total crapshoot from here on up. Do you get 100% when taking stuff apart in the Haga Basin? You know, that's a good question, but I don't think you do out here in the deep desert. I don't think you do. Because I broke down pentashields and it didn't give me the same amount of cobalt paste back that I needed to recraft the pentashield. I got scammed out here. So I don't even know necessarily, John. Maybe, maybe not. I remember I had somebody in the chat, like, I want to say a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, who was like, I'm done moving stuff in and out of the deep desert because I'm literally losing materials just breaking down the refineries. They were like, I'm losing like 30% of my materials when I break down the refineries, and it's just at this point in time it's not even worth it. And I was like, do you really? I didn't even notice, but I did. Oh, dear God. We've got birdies. Nice try, pal. You're gonna have to be a little bit faster than that, bud. And by a little bit faster than that, I mean a lot of it. Where'd number 2 go, though? Hard to tell if number 2 was with him or not. So some sort of sync mechanic like that, John, might carry over to the Haga Basin, but I'm not positive. I mean, if it does, I think that's complete and total BS, to be honest. I really do. Well, that's just like nonsensical in my opinion, unnecessary. Oh, right. That's actually a good point that Cuddle makes. That brings up the question, though, like, say an item's water sealed and doesn't lose any, any durability. Huh, that makes me wonder. When we get back to our base over on Instance 3, I'm going to check the health of the pentashields, because while that might technically be the case, Cuddle, I get what you're saying. Those pentashields, like, if they haven't taken any damage. I know, Sil, I know, I feel ya. I feel ya on that, yes indeed, yes indeed. The list of things that I have to do in the next 3 days is just freaking massive too. So I was saying at the beginning of the stream, this week it's gonna go one of two ways. I'm not positive which way I want to swing it yet. We're either gonna do, you know, our normal schedule where we boot up, but only like maybe 5-6 hour streams. Or, you know, we'll run the typical time frame just every other day. I'm just not positive. See, and that's what's funny, Cuddle, is, and that's why I was asking, sorry, about items that are inside of the base and technically water sealed, because the person who was in the chat complaining about a month and a half ago was complaining about their, like, ore refineries. I don't think they were complaining about their generators or anything like that. I thought it was their ore refineries. But honestly, I don't even know. It's not really something I pay attention to. However, I did notice it when I broke down the pentashield and should have had enough cobalt paste, but did not. But those being on the outside, they do power down and very easily could be taking damage as well. Indeed. Yeah, thing is, realistically, I don't even care. And honestly, we just left the base with missing 2 pentashields. We just shifted them around and swapped out, you know, the pentashields that didn't matter, really. It was just the deep desert base. Shit, dude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, you're at that point in time, building it for 32, you're not even paying attention. At that point, the material loss from degradation is minimal. Stupid cat's in the frickin' cupboard. Indeed, Cuddle, yes, we are, in fact, on Harmony, yep, Yep, at this point in time, a lot of the guild, you know, they pop on, there's a good chunk of them that play at a different time frame entirely. But realistically, a lot of the people are dumping the game into hibernation mode. I'm personally waiting for Arc Raiders to come out so we can take a bit of a break, because this shit's just starting to get old. What I like to do in this game anyways is just, it's literally fucking dying right before my eyes, which just sucks. Already have access and are making progress in the main game still. So they're gonna start, like, let's say day 1 already cooking with, like, the Jupiter. Or already have access to some sort of test version of the game that's gonna get wiped. This is, first off, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Man, New World. I've been seeing a lot of good things about New World. I've been getting down on Mega Bonk though. That game kind of makes me like sick. Kind of gives me a headache. We finally got into like an end game run though, where we pushed damn near 100,000, which I know isn't quite like an end game world record setting run, but up to that point in time, I was having a hard time even pushing like 20,000. Test version, not full game. Oh, yeah, see, honestly, so like still like my knee-jerk reaction as like being a content creator myself, like this shit always sucks for me, dude. It always really sucks for me because you know, that means that the day one, so oh god, it just sucks for me because like, all right, so it's better for me as a smaller content creator when we're all rolling into the game with as little knowledge as possible. So I can make videos sharing knowledge that I learn as the game goes on, and then we kind of like refine those processes as the game goes on as well. You know, like with Dune Awakening, for example, picking fiber turned into picking agave seeds, just as a small example. When a big chunk of big creators, you know, have such early access to the game, they can organize how-to videos, guide videos, best way videos, tips videos, this, that, and the other, that make the learning experience that I go through as somebody who's not like paying too much attention to all of those how-tos and ins and outs before the game goes live. It makes it to where so if I put a video out where I'm like, oh, if you do it this way, it's like, oh yeah, dumbass, you do it that way. You're doing it the noob way. You actually you're supposed to do it this way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like 6 to 1, half a dozen to another, the way I look at it still, because you know, whether or not I get the time to even put those videos out is entirely dependent on what we've got going on, and with the way we've been pushing live streaming so hard recently, it's definitely like taken away from those types of like strategies that we used to implement with the how-tos and the tips and the what you mahoozids. Though, like I was saying earlier, there's a lot of like real life circumstances that are getting ready to come up, which might not only shift the live streaming schedule, but also the content creation schedule. It might shift it in ways that I can't even like currently predict, if I'm being honest right now. But one way or another, we'll be pumping content out. One way or another. Well, instance 2 Eurism seems like it's slacking. It seems like it's slacking. Hey, Cuddles, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. When it comes to still talking about like 100 content creators, it's such a weird number too. It's like they were like, pick a list of 100 creators. Like who would even be on that list? God, I'm jealous. I'm jealous though. What are they playing against each other though? Oh. Ooh. Hold on. Watch out, Eurism. I don't know how close you are. Okay, you're a good way out. Say, don't dive on that yet. Looks like somebody might be causing some trouble. Oh, yeah. Whoa, I watched this guy make a video. I watched that guy's video. I was like, oh shit, I didn't realize he was the, God, what was he complaining about? He was complaining about something in the video I watched as well. Was he the one who was saying that matchmaking was gonna be, was he the one who was saying that matchmaking is gonna be gear-based? Was he the one, and I might have watched the video where he was like, look, this is just what I heard from another dev or something like that. I don't know, I thought it was weird. Oh, looks like Yurizum might have come out swinging. Very nice, very nice. Bro, cowboy, I swear. I know. Thank God it is. Thank God it is. I know. I made a video talking about it, though, and had somebody in the comments say something along the lines of, like, they didn't confirm or deny, they didn't confirm anything, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, literally, obviously it was a comment from somebody who didn't watch 1 second of the fucking video. Not even 1 second of the video. Because I'm like, in my head, I'm like, this is literally what we broke down. We broke down the fact that they confirmed that it is based off of solos and squads. Thank God. Gear-based would be so bad, in my opinion. It would be so bad. Because just because somebody's rolling around with a Jupiter sniper and a tier 2 shield doesn't mean you can't catch them slipping, and with your Pharaoh or Anvil, you can't end up taking them out. You know what I mean? And if we're doing gear-based matchmaking, you'll never have that big come-up moment where it's like, man, that guy was stacked. You know what, Sil? For what it's worth, I think that he runs his X account very well. You know what I mean? And the video I watched, like, God, I don't remember what he was complaining about something inside of the video, and I thought he was making some decent points, though it did come off as a complaining. He was making decent points. I'll have to look up here in a little bit so I can refresh my memory as to what he was talking about. But that's when I realized that the guy in the YouTube video is the one who ran the account, and I was like, oh shit, well that was surprising. I didn't expect that. He runs the account well. I've pulled information from that account before, and I follow that account. So that's why I was like, oh shit, like I'm surprised. But you just don't often see the person behind the Twitter account, I suppose. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Super curious. Damn it, what's his channel name? Because he was making good points in the video, I don't remember what he was talking about. Who was X Sloan? What do you mean, what was X Sloan? See, I'm so stupid when it comes to these. I hope like, you know, if these clips ever end up like making their way to any of these people that they don't take offense, bro. I just literally do not retain this information at all. Surprise! Where are you coming from, sir? Oh, there's two of you. Oh, okay. Yeah, then what the hell was Scrappy talking about? Because I thought he was making some good points. I thought he was making some really good points. I just forget what he was talking about. He might have been, was he advocating for, I don't want to put words in this. What was his fucking YouTube channel's name? History. But I'm never gonna find it that way. Because when it comes to complaining and bitching about a video game, I can get behind that all day, every day of the week. Especially if what you're complaining and bitching about is factual. So, cause the way I look at it, it's like you can call it complaining and you can call it bitching all day long. But if I'm being factual, then in reality, I'm just telling the truth. So you can call it bitching and complaining all you want, but in reality, I'm just telling the truth. Okay, I was watching him talk about why Ark sucks, and I that didn't refresh my memory at all. It did not refresh my memory at all as to the points that he brought up in that video. I was hoping that there was going to be a bit of an example inside of the title or the thumbnail that I could like lean off of to kind of like refresh my memory. But I've watched some really piss poor takes from people the past couple days. Like, I've seen some people advocating for a PvE only game mode. Somebody's video that I watched, they were like, Ark should have a PvE only game mode, and I don't know why the developers decided to swap over from the PvE only mode. And I'm like, you don't know why? How about we take it directly from the developer's mouth, because they told us why. It was boring. It was a boring ass mode, bro. That's why they pulled off of a PvE only extraction shooter, because that shit was boring. It came straight from the dev's mouth. So what do you mean you don't know why? Just because you know, jumping into some PvE doesn't tickle your fancy, you're looking in the wrong genre, my friend. You're looking in the wrong genre of game. I think you're looking for like Farm Simulator or Roblox or some fucking shit. You're in the wrong game. Thank God the developers are not listening to them. I was so concerned when people were like, the Ark is too difficult. Bro, that's kind of what made it good. That's kind of what made it good. The fucking Ark, bro. You always got to be on the lookout for them damn Ark just as much as the PvP. And as difficult as the Ark is, it's also avoidable and defeatable using the proper equipment. Yes, dude. Yes. That's called creative and non-artificial difficulty put into the game. Dune Awakening could learn something from that. Thank God they did not listen to people, and they didn't hopefully tone down the Ark. They did tone down the Ark's ability to locate people, but what they were talking about was the Ark locating people through bushes, which I agree with. You shouldn't. The Ark, you should be able to find a place of hiding inside of at least some really dense foliage. Yeah, they totally do, don't they, Sil? That they woke up one day and the marketing guru control man over at Embark came in and was like, you know what? Let's make it like Tarkov. Let's follow the extraction trend. Well, I guess they were already kind of following the extraction trend. Dude, regardless, the devs came out and said that shit was boring. And I could see it getting boring, because why? Yes, the Ark is difficult, but the Ark is defeatable. Use the right tools with the proper amount of people, all of the Ark is entirely defeatable. I know, Sil, I know. Or they're like, the weapons aren't doing any damage to the Ark, and they unload a Stitcher into one of the flying Arks. And I'm like, oh my god. Who let this man out? Who let this man out in the wild? How'd he get to, how the hell did this man get his hands on this video game at all? Johnny, you should be locked up, my friend. You're crazy. Fucking nut job. And that's fine. I unloaded light ammo into an Ark once or twice before I said, you know what, it's not even worth shooting them with these weapons because they don't do any damage. So maybe this requires something else. You know, logic kicked in, critical thinking took over. Yeah, dude, yeah. I'm glad the devs, at least to our knowledge so far, haven't full-blown taken out the AI. All right, Irism, oh. Hold your horses. Watch yourself. Watch yourself for bogeys. You gotta watch for defenders. That's like the #1 thing. Now that we have the 2,000 meter distance, though. I think I'd already see somebody if they were down there. Just a dirty field. These guys didn't even... Oh, no, it's just Eurism. I was like, we're being followed. Well. Yep, let's roll past these PvP ships. Last place to check on this instance here. Yeah, as far as we know, they haven't nerfed the AI, and these guys seem like they're a little bit more firm-footed than the developers over here on Dune Awakening, because I don't know, Sil, you probably weren't paying attention to the whole fucking lifespan of this game, but give me a second. But initially, the entirety of the deep desert, except for this tiny section right here, was all a PvP zone. So all of this was PvP zone. Now the safe zone goes all the way up to halfway through the E sector. It's crazy. And they made that change like 2 weeks into the game. They basically immediately left-turned from their end-game guild versus guild PvP system. They basically immediately left-turned from that. And then week by week by week by week, they've been caving to the dwindling player base that's even left. I don't know where they're coming up with these ideas. They're literally just pulling them from the shit can. I don't know what the hell. So at least with Ark Raiders, man, these guys seem a little bit more firm-footed, and like they're not going to just immediately make a left turn or make like 2 drastic decisions, like bringing in instanced loot and spreading out all of the schematics throughout the deep desert every single week, basically taking out any sort of sense of rarity. They've basically removed rarity from the game, essentially. Hey. Arc Raiders with their combat, a battle royale mode would be fucking lit, dude. It would be still. You're barking up the wrong tree if you're looking for sympathy when it comes to that. But look, I'm a big fan of battle royales, dude. I am. I fucking will die on this hill that Halo Infinite shot itself in the foot by not launching with a battle royale. Pretty positive I made a video before the game launched as well, and I caught a shitload of flack for it. It needed a battle royale and still does need a battle royale. I stand by that. Why do I feel that way? It's because multiplayer die respawn arcade team deathmatch shooters are redundant. They get old and they get old quick. I can play Call of Duty multiplayer for 40 minutes. I can play Halo Infinite multiplayer for maybe an hour and a half. I will eventually get old. We're doing the same thing over and over. The Battlefield 6, 40 minutes, bro. I'm telling you. The Battle Royale adds progression into the gameplay loop, and with that addition of progression, it also adds a sense of real loss when you lose a fight and you have to restart that progression loop. So I'm telling you, battle royales have me full hooked, dude. They have me full hooked. I'm all about battle royales, indeed. The only reason that I even jumped into the Battlefield 6 test when they ran that free test, the only reason I even jumped into that was because they have a battle royale coming out. So I wanted to dip my toes into Battlefield 6 just like a little bit to get ready for the battle royale, because I'm not playing the multiplayer of Battlefield 6, dude. That sounds like I could play it for maximum an hour and a half and I would get bored. And Battlefield 6 has got this like respawn problem too. Your life holds no weight. It holds no meaning. And for me, when your life holds no weight, it holds no meaning. There's like no reason to go about it with any sense of strategy. You know what I mean? Not in the sense that actually makes any sort of realistic difference. Whereas in like with Apex Legends, for example, I like to refer to Apex Legends basically as like a three-dimensional first-person shooter game of chess. You know? It's a lot about the positioning. It's a lot about the it's probably 60% positioning and 40% gunplay, and in all of that loop is that battle royale progression and loss formula. So if I mess up the 60% positioning, if I mess up the 60% positioning aspect of the fight and I lose because of that, I don't just respawn and try again. I literally have to go back to the main menu and start again. So I could get down. I could get down. See, I can't play Apex anymore. I can't play Warzone anymore. Those two games, I've just convinced myself that there's a cheater in every single lobby, and I can't play anymore. I'm so cynical. It might be a bit crazy, but with Warzone especially, but even with Apex Legends, I've convinced myself that there is a cheater, whether it be soft hacks, ESP, soft aim, rage hacks. There's one in each and every single lobby, and I just can't play anymore. Kills me. And that's unfortunately just kind of like the trend of today's gaming. Even with like Arc Raiders coming up, even with Dune Awakening, even with all of it, you know what I mean? They've all got this problem. But as soon as a game pushes me over the edge and I'm like, okay, literally every single match has at least one cheater in it, I can't play anymore. Oh my god, the Cronus. See, and that's like... Bro, soft... I hate all forms of cheaters, but at least with rage hackers, you know where they stand. These soft cheaters are such losers, bro. They are like the actual scum of the earth. I'll be right back. Well, this is a bit upsetting. Let's go check another instance here. Oh. So far, we've got one base inside of instance number 3. We've got 0 bases inside of instance number 2. What about instance number 1? Is it going to be number 1? It might. So it takes about 60 minutes to search the entirety of a deep desert is kind of what I'm picking up on here. We've searched the entirety of the first one, and then we're 2 hours in, and we've searched 2. No, yes, instance 1, Eurism, yes, correct. Instance number 3, we searched right at the start of the stream, and we found 1 single base. Storm missed it. Storm's probably about ready to roll through that instance, but we'll go ahead and give this one a bit of a scan. Yeah, it'll be actually interesting still to see what the player base, you know, evens out at with Arc Raiders. So, well, I mean, let's think about it. We had 180,000 players on Steam. Let's just round up to 200,000 and say at least 20,000 players decided to download it on Epic Games because Steam took so damn long. So 200,000 players on Steam, and let's just work with that. And that's concurrent as well. I wish they would have given us like a full number, because it's hard to extrapolate concurrent into like what the total number of players would have been over a 24-hour period. But let's just work with the concurrent number, and let's assume that when the game, see, this is where it gets weird, because a lot of people played the server slam, didn't like it. They didn't like it, whether it was because of the gear loss, whether it was just they didn't like it for whatever reason. I would say a lot of it had to do with like the lack of progression. If they'd have just given us a little bit more taste of progression, that probably would have helped some people get a bit more into understanding what you're working towards, at least. But let's just say at least 200,000 hit it on day 1 on the Steam concurrent players. Man, I'm just trying to think, what are we looking at in a month, you know? Are we going to look at like a fall off of 150,000 and it'll be at 24-hour peak of 50,000 in a month? Is Tarkov on Steam? But most people play Tarkov through the other thing, don't they? Not. Damn, bro. There's 30,000 players playing Arena Breakout. Sheesh. Okay. How old is this game? Came out in September. Huh. Bro, honestly, still, they didn't market it well enough to let people know. I didn't know that it was just going to be a bare bones test until I was talking to Gecko and a Rockhound when we were doing that podcast. I was talking to them outside of the podcast. Dear God, what have we got here? Do you see what I see? Interesting. There is not 110,000 people playing Escape from Duckov right now. Bro, Dune's falling off, bro. Well, you might be safe for now, base. But that's just for now. Oh, is that a chest? It might be. I don't think so, though. I think it's just an empty forward operating base. Regardless, we found one. Can you believe it? We found one right away, too. This is promising. Bro, Escape from Duckov's PvE as well, isn't it? That's fucking weird. That's weird. I've seen a few clips from that game, and it looks interesting, but at the same time, it looks weird. And with PvE games, you get to a point where it's like, you're done. You've completed it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, damn, does Escape from Duckov have more of an end game than Dune Awakening does? Because what the fuck, dude? What the fuck, bro? Damn, bro. Damn, bro. We're lower than Destiny, man. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Do we even dare look at, like, the actual list of games that we're lower than currently? Because it's not good. Not good. Bro, I think we're like miles behind Once Human. Okay, not miles, just a mile. Damn. Oh, what's another one that's similar to Dune Awakening? I can't think of any other ones that are similar to Dune Awakening in the sense of being like a multiplayer survival game. God damn it, I didn't peg where that base was on the map either. Like, right here, we'll say, or something like that. F3. This game desperately needs to launch on console, and it needs to drop some fresh start PC console servers. They're not going to. They're not going to. When it drops on console, there will be fresh start console servers, and then console players will be able to join PC servers, but PC players won't be able to join the console servers. Best case scenario, they come out with some servers that are console and PC and both fresh start. Because I would be down to roll again. I think one of the main problems that happened inside of Dune Awakening is the fact Instance 3 has a storm in 5 minutes. Correct. Sounds just about right. Instance 2 will have one in 10 minutes, and instance number 1 that we're on right now is probably going to be, if I would have to guess, sometime after instance number 2, so like 15 minutes or something like that. That is just a guess. They're typically not too far behind each other, though, between the instances. What I predict with Arc Raiders player base is it probably peaks at like 250 concurrent. And then within a month is probably down to like, I don't think they'll hit like, I don't think they'll be hitting 125 concurrent daily users on a 125 24-hour max about a month in. I think it'll drop down to like 75. That might be me being a little bit pessimistic, though. I didn't get enough of a taste of the progression system, like I'm saying, you know? The devs, when they did that interview, said that what we had access to inside of the server slam was about 10 to 15% of the progression. It's an interesting number. Because that means we either have 10 times the amount or 6 times the amount, right? 15, 30, 45, 60, 79, 90, 7 times, 8 times. It's a decent, that's a decent amount more content. I didn't even get through all of the quests. That was my fault, though. For me personally, I'm so hooked. I'm so hooked, dude. The full loot, the risk versus reward is what I'm about. Oh look, the storm came right at so instance 3, then instance 1, and then instance 2. The risk versus reward is what I'm all about. I think inside of Dune Awakening, if there was like too much full loot going on, it would be too much risk versus reward because how hard it is to get gear. But inside of like Arc Raiders, it's incredibly easy to craft out a Pharaoh and a Stitcher. You know, that's an easy combo to craft out. Pharaoh, Stitcher, Shield, so super easy, super easy. Even when it comes to like crafting like the tier 2 gear, eventually you come to a point where you've got rubber stockpiled out the wazoo, from what I understand. From people that were in the tech test, they were like, eventually I had so much rubber I didn't know what to do with it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yo. Oh, it looks like it's tipping upwards, but it might be tipping downwards. Eurism over on F1. F3, sorry. I believe we have a base. The bottom left corner.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
God, it's hard to tell if that's going to even affect it. Up we go. Up we go. 850 is all we need. Perfect. I don't actually even know if this is where that base was at, Eurozone. I did not. It's just a guess. Oh man, I don't know. I like the free kits still. Man, you're down on your luck. You're completely out. Hell yeah, you knock down a free kit. All you gotta do is get in there. So the free kits, you're realistically not gonna fucking kill anybody in PvP. Maybe somebody else with a free kit, you know? Or maybe if you load in with like a Pharaoh, or I suppose the Stitcher in the certain circumstances. Give me that. You fucking edged me, Storm. I don't appreciate being edged. Like, the only time I actually even, I think, got a kill with a free kit was when I was loading in with the Pharaoh. Now, granted, I didn't realize how good the Stitcher was in PvP. But even then, I mean, like, you're so limited. So if you're down, you're completely down on your luck inside of, Arc Raiders, you know what I mean? You roll through... You grab a free kit, you just grab some loot, you get out of there, you could turn your free kit into a shield and a paid kit, essentially. It's just nice. It's just a nice, I think it's nice. Now, it can be abused for sure. You just roll in free kit, free kit, free kit, you're just grabbing all the scrap loot, but, I mean... It's going to be hard for you to roll in with a free kit and go all the way to the control tower and loot those green lockers and get out of there alive. You know? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I'm just curious if the market from the, I'm curious if the market from the server slam is going to carry over. So, like, if you've got those 15,000 money anvils, like, that's, whew. I mean, I don't disagree with you, Sil. I do not disagree with you. It might very much so get old if you just continuously loot people and all they have is one Stitcher, no bag, and they weren't even, like, trying to... They're basically just ragging. They're just going out there to try and turn from rags into riches type shit. Yeah, I can see that getting old. But, you know, that's like a form of you know, PvP, to be honest. Like, I mean, shit, who am I to say what the people get down on? That rags to riches, going in with nothing and turning it into something. But the thing is, you know, even that strategy doesn't work out very well because you can't equip a backpack, you can't do anything, so you're super limited. If they get like if they manage to get, like, let's say 3 kills or something, they're probably gonna get nothing. Indeed, Kiki, indeed, you can fly directly above the storm and avoid damage. 850 meters and you're good. 850 meters above the storm and you're good. The same thing goes with building inside of the Haga Basin. If you build above 850, your base does not take damage, even if it's powered down. That could get fixed at any time, though, so I would not bank on that. Hey, Cracklin coming in and dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Oh, welcome, my friend. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Oh, right. Like Matt says, if you go into this mode when you're above 850 meters, you're going to run out of gas immediately. It doesn't even matter if you're on a full tank, it will go to 0 immediately, so you have to stay in glide mode. Glide all the way up to 850. It'll say at 750 that you're using more fuel, but that's actually not true. Because if you're gliding, you're using no fuel. So use your booster to stay up at above in 850. And you'll be fine. Hey, Kiki, dropping that follow on Twitch. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. I think a cooldown could work, but it also could, I mean, like, what are you supposed to do? Doesn't Tarkov have free raids, but it's like scavs, and they do things to those guys that limit their abilities or whatever? Because what are you supposed to do if you're completely down and out? These extraction games, like, they have to have some sort of system like that, don't they, Sil? Ark is my first extraction, so, I mean, like, what are you supposed to do if you just got nothing? Go in there with nothing and hope to find something? Well, Eurism, looks like there's one useless base to raid on instance number 3, and then one useless base to raid over here. Neither of which has gotten hit by this storm. They both be storm dodging. 20-minute cooldowns? Okay. God, that would suck, though. I don't know, I feel like the kits, the free ones, are underpowered enough to where it wouldn't make that much of a difference, the fact that it's on free, basically, and no cooldown. Because they're pretty extremely overpowered. I mean, you load in with a Rattler, what are you going to do with a Rattler with 10 shots if you get into a PvP fight? Crack their shield or something? And also your bag space is super limited as well, which is going to push people away from wanting to consistently do that, because you can't walk out with a whole bunch of loot, you know. So even if you walk in there with a free loadout and you get like a mega kill, You may only be able to carry, like, a tenth of that kill out. You know? A storm just swept through, so if somebody was harvesting there, they're probably not there now. We're gonna go circle around this island, though, and then go check. Give them some time to come back. Here we go. They better hope that they're not there. Oh. Well, damn. We'd have got them that time for sure. They would have not escaped like all the others did. That I can assure you. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't know, man. I don't blame people for not building out here. That's why it's kind of like in between a rock and a hard spot here, because I don't blame people for not building out here. There's no reason to build out here. Back when the deep desert used to be all the way to the A sector, I mean, you would have to fly 15,000 meters to get out here and then back into the safe zone. So that gave people, like, at least that reason to build out here. Man, those were the glory days. Now there's just no reason. There's no reason to do anything in this game. Like, does anybody have any reason to do anything in this game right now? Kiki, you being new to the game aside, you enjoy your honeymoon phase. There's a good solid 200, 300, 400 hours even of a progression system and grind system to work through. But aside from the honeymoon phase, aside from the honeymoon phasers, can somebody give me one good reason to do anything right now? Like, if you've been playing for 500 hours, you know, what good reason do you have to go farm Plastanium? Agent. Agent, thank you. The agent's pulling me back from the cliff. He's pulling me back from the... We're about to jump. We're about to jump. We're about to jump. Agent brings up a really good point. That can be said with any game. No, you're right. You're right. No, you pulled me back. No. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Because you're right. That can be said about any game. I would argue that could probably be said about every game eventually. Good point. Kiki, man, I'm telling you, even so, we're on the most populated NA server right now, and granted, we play at, you know, the midnight hour and whatnot, but ever since they moved all of the loot into the deep desert and they made it instanced, I mean, it's fucking just weird out here, man. It's just not the same. No, there's a lot to enjoy inside of this game. There's a lot to get pissed off about as well. Right, no, and I was gonna argue with you, Agent, and say, like, something like RuneScape, old school RuneScape, for example, doesn't really fall into that but eventually it would. Fuck too, it wouldn't. If you're a maxed character on old school RuneScape, what the fuck? If you're a maxed character and you have all the money to get all, what the hell is the point of doing anything? So yeah, you're right, with any game, and that's why I would argue every game eventually hits that point. Man, that sucks, Matt. That sucks. You missed the glory days, man. You missed the glory days, Matt. And you know, there's a few people that did your strategy as well, like Ross, for example. He'll swing by every so often. They played several characters. They really enjoyed the progression system. Essentially, what they said is they would grind their way up to the Assault Ornithopter and then re-roll on another server just to grind their way up to the Assault Ornithopter again. But that was back before all the Plastanium and stuff got moved in. Agent, yeah, no, whew, man, that killed me. So that's what made me swap over to Harmony as early as we did. We were flying around to Dew Gap looking for cheater bases, and it was basically just abandoned base after abandoned base after abandoned base after abandoned base, just rotting. And that's when I was like, this server is cooked. And we might as well re-roll now before I have nothing to do inside of the deep desert raid-wise. And now here we are on Harmony, though, Agent. I've searched 3 instances. There's one base on this instance which literally looks like it has nothing inside of it. And then there's one base on instance 3 which again looks like it has nothing inside of it. So, I mean, like, what I was trying to avoid ended up happening anyways. Did they say that they were making the Rocketeer damage lower? See, I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that. I totally agree with the change that they're making, Kato, talking about not letting the AI see people through the bushes. I think you should be able to hide in a bush and find, like, an area of safety inside of a bush, but I just don't know how I feel about them just so quickly adjusting the numbers. Now, they did get some data from the server slam, you know, and with that data, maybe the Rocketeer was pumping out too much, because that thing is devastating. But it's the devastating nature of the Rocketeer that makes it a formidable challenge. You know what I'm saying? And there's also ways to deal with the Rocketeer. If you have a showstopper grenade, you could beat a Rocketeer down with your melee weapon. You know what I'm saying? So there's, like, ways to take down the Rocketeer that are easy. But inside of the server slam, people got their shit stomped in by the Rocketeer. You know, so I'm just not sure how I feel about them so quickly adjusting it. And for example, like with the AI's tracking, as it stood for me, there was one time where a snitch caught me out when I was in a bush. You know what I'm saying? There was one time. Aside from that, if I saw a Rocketeer, I was very easily able to walk around said Rocketeer, thus avoiding the fight entirely. So if they make their detection even worse, it's going to be like you don't have to engage with the PvE until you attack them, which I'm not sure how I feel about. Now, granted, I'll be the first to tell you that I don't like PvP mixing with PvE. That shit pisses me off. So, but that's like the name of the game in an extraction shooter, so I'm trying to play that game and not... I'm trying not to, like, implement my preferences into a genre of game that I don't fucking understand. Which is why I'm not going in there and making a video saying it should be all PvP or it should be all PvE. Because it's an extraction shooter, which in the fucking genre is PvPvE. Just like, period, end of. As an AO, what do you mean? You're gonna have to reword that, Kato. I'm not sure if I'm reading that proper. They're gonna keep people's gear outfits, but not all the data you made, but all the gear to add it as a AO called bonus on the full. What the fuck are... Did I just have a stroke, or did you have a... Are you okay, Kato? Can we get a check in on Kato? You good? You good? I'm just playing with you. I'm just playing with you. Are we talking about Dune Awakening, Agent? Yeah, okay. Yes, no, I totally agree. I think Dune Awakening is fucked on the PvP. PvP is a joke inside of this game, you guys. It's not something to be taken seriously. It's a fucking joke. Half of these don't function properly, half of them, and the other half of them don't function at all. You know what I'm saying? 1 week, the crippling strike, or 1 week weirding step will be using twice the amount of stamina. The next week it'll be fine, and there will be no mention of it. And then all of a sudden, Suspenser Blast is using twice the amount of fucking energy or whatever, stamina or whatever. The combat, the PvP in this game is a joke. That being said, the PvE in this game is even more of a joke. It's copy and paste throughout the entire game, and I don't trust that these guys are creative enough to fix that. But yeah, if I was them, I would full bore just push PvE, because they have no fucking idea what they're doing in PvP. Kato, you can't just say that. You gotta explain your previous message. What do you mean they're gonna keep people's gear outfits, but not all the data you made, but all the gear to add it as AO called bonus on the full launch deluxe? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't think they're keeping anybody's gear, are they? From what I understand, it's a full wipe. If you're talking about cosmetics, maybe I could see cosmetics carrying through possibly, but we'll be re-rolling onto our Steam account. I'm not going to be playing off of Epic Games. It's crazy. When it comes to Dune Awakening, one thing that'll completely kick me off of this game, and we'll abandon ship, because we'll be riding this flush all the way down. Unless we move into the first expansion, and all of a sudden these guys copy and paste the AI and do nothing to improve the PvP. If we move into the first expansion and it's the same shit, we're cooked. I'm done. And unfortunately, the possibility of that happening is not even that low. It's probably like a 40% possibility. Because if you ask any Conan Exile player, they'll tell you. They'll tell you that this is exactly what Funcom does with games, and expect a drip feed of content. So I would expect a drip feed of copy and paste AI for the most part, and very little to any updates to PvP. And that's just it. That's just it. And at that point in time, it's going to be impossible to ignore the writing on the wall. The deluxe version. Oh. All I'm seeing inside of the pre-purchase is a bunch of cosmetics. Oh, okay. So we are just strictly talking about the cosmetics, though. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You know, I liked the way the old man looked inside of the game. I don't know if we would add any cosmetics to him. I thought he looked just dandy. But, you know, that's just me. I don't really get into the cosmetics. Something I will purchase, typically, is, like, the Battle Pass. And, let's harken back to, like, Apex Legends, because this is my best example for it. I don't care about cosmetics, but I think Battle Passes offer the best value for your money. Not only is it giving you some content to work through, but it's also giving you some cosmetics, whatever. And then with Apex Legends, and I think even Fortnite, you would get enough tokens back to then repurchase the next season's Battle Pass. So essentially, if you purchased one Battle Pass, you would be able to purchase all of the Battle Passes as long as you didn't spend your coins on anything, and I'm never really tempted to spend my coins on anything, so that's why I can get down on the Battle Pass. Jeez, man, somebody went hard over here. You're calling the worm, man. You're calling the worm, man. Sheesh, watch out, watch out. You cheeky dog, you cheeky dog, you cheeky dog. You land on the ground. Come on, you know you want to land on the ground. Get down there. Get down there. There you go. Yeah, get to farming, pal. Get to... Oh. I swear where there's one, there's a dozen. Watch out, buddy. We've got another bogey, and he looks like he might have rockets. Where's he going? Excuse me, sir. Where do you think you're going? Honestly, I'm 6 to 1, half a dozen to another as to like what they do and don't give. I'm just like, you know, if they had like, let's say 100 creators with access to some sort of version right now that was carrying over progress, that would piss me off. But as long as nothing like that's happening, we all start off fresh. I'm fine with those guys, you know, having that extra bit of a head start, because in reality, with us running the live streams the way we do, now we might not be able to jump back into the the schedule here in like a month or so. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But with me running the live streams the way I do currently, like the amount of let's say like tutorial content that I can pump out weekly is less. You play Destiny 2 Season Pass was $10 for 4 months, and you get some cool stuff. And that's what I'm saying. I can get down on some like battle passes. That whatever you're talking about with Destiny sounds solid. Dune Awakening, I would not have paid even $10 to get access to all 4 of these DLCs here if I had the option to. The only reason I paid the extra money and have access to the first 4 DLCs is because they let you play the game two days early. That always gets me. These bastards always get me with that. They always get me with it. You know, another game that I'm looking forward to, now this is probably in the more distant future, is Ashes of Creation. But I'm telling you, man, I've talked about this before. I'm massively concerned with how much that game is being tested by the public and just how many people have access to that game, because the game's going to be min-maxed by the time it comes out, and that's just not going to be fucking fun, dude. And that's going to kill the experience for me. Is the game being min-maxed before it comes out. What do you mean, Gore? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about, Gore? I think you've spent maybe probably like 60% of your time inside of Dune Awakening sitting on the fucking down screen. Oh, man. The Australians have only had 40% of the time to even experience Dune as everybody else. Oh, I see. Damn. Hot damn. No, I agree, Gore. Had potential, has potential. I don't know where I would want it to go. I don't know what I would want it to do. I can't trust these developers for anything is the problem. Which is why I said, I've said before, time and time again, Dune's hooked me enough that we're going to ride this flush all the way down. It's either going to take us into some nasty-ass septic tank that's been rotting and clogged for decades, or it's going to flush us out into the beautiful, wide-open, free, and beautiful ocean, right? One of those two things is going to happen. The one thing that I could see making me jump ship is if we roll into the first expansion, and it's just copy and paste AI, and then they do nothing to solve or expand on any sort of PvP system. And this is one thing that's also kind of pissing me off, is a lot of these answers and concerns that we have should be being addressed by the developers on like a monthly developer live stream basis, you know? And not with the 3 goofballs that they had pitch the DLC. I'm talking like some nitty-gritty developers like getting into like details with not fucking Joel rolling out of his bed in his pajamas. Yeah, definitely not the 3 that were doing the DLC. No. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, no, that's what's funny, Gores. That's probably how those people's workday goes. Oh, hey, yeah, did you see my fuzzy socks? Did you guys like my fuzzy... Did I tell you guys that I like tattoos? Well, it's lunchtime. Haggy, if that's the point, we're so screwed. if those are the devs that are left, we're cooked. Oh yeah, it's the most fun. It's the most fun, Fuzi. I think basically it's so much fun. I've booked a flight out to the Sahara, and basically what you do is you fly down to the Sahara and then you fly across it. They call it the Dune Awakening experience. They pull off at a couple rocks. You raid some bases. It should be some good fun. Should be some good fun. I've basically fallen in love with the sands, as they say. We like the sand in our cheeks. The sandy cheeks, indeed. We've probably got about, I want to say, 10 to 15 minutes. Hopefully that storm rolls through and hits that singular base that we've been able to find. Hopefully I remember where it's at. I don't even remember where it's at. G6, H6, I don't even know. Not in the part of the Sahara they're taking me to, Matt. Trust me. Trust me. They've got donkeys that are wrapped up in still suits, but aside from that, there's basically nothing. So Kiki, this is the problem. This is the problem, and this is why I would play this. If they made fresh start servers, I would jump in and probably run another 24-hour Dune Awakening live stream, grinding out a fucking fresh start server. I would. Dead ass. I would. And this is kind of the problem, Kiki. Rerolling on Harmony specifically, the dupers inside of this game duped Melange to hell and back. And they duped Solari to such a point that the market is hyperinflated. So previously, I could sell schematics for 65 million Solari, and then I could buy Spice Melange for 2,000 Melange apiece and walk out of there with like 3,000 Spice Melange, which realistically is more than I'll ever need. And Melange was so cheap at one point, it was 1.5 thousand. So like, are we at the end game and do we have anything left to farm? Yes, we're at the end game, if sure. And do we have anything left to farm? No. In the Plastanium, they moved it into the safe zone. So if I needed to go farm Plastanium, I don't even have to do it out here in the PvP zone. I could just get it for free out there. So the two draws in for what would be guild versus guild PvP in this game, being Spice and Ores, are completely useless. The Spice Melange, you can even get medium fields inside of the safe zone. So technically, I don't have to go into the PvP zone to even go take a harvest or a crawler out to a medium field. You know, shit. But those two things have been made irrelevant with the dupers. Not even camel spiders? No, I had them get rid of the camel spiders. They shipped them all to my house. I figured out how they've been getting here, those assholes. Those assholes said I should have read the fine print on the contract I signed for the fucking trip. They were like, oh, this means we can... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Endgame right now, Kiki is basically flying from spot to spot to spot and grabbing loot. Grabbing schematics. It's not even realistically doing the PvE, and on this server, people are doing everything they possibly can to avoid doing the PvE. AKA crab people flying under the map to avoid getting into any sort of PvE. And I don't blame them. The PvE in this game just gets so old so quick. I don't remember where it's at. That's gonna be a problem. I don't remember where this base is. G6. Using the power of rewind, I may be able to find out. I found it, I found it. 1 second. I'm not on the ground, am I? Oh, I have my quality fucking cranked down. Oh, what does that say? Open it, open it. Oh, I'm a genius. I might be on the ground right now and in danger, but I am a genius. Wha-bam. It is on the corner, and it's on G6, and it's right where I marked, actually. It's actually right where I marked. I nailed it. A boom. The Landsrad? Don't even bring up the Landsrad. Don't even do the Landsrad. You gonna waste your time doing the Landsrad for what? Previously, doing the Landsrad was for, like, schematics that you could sell for 65 million, but now the schematics are worthless. So are you like genuinely? Do you know how many of those sync charts Driver had to turn in? I know they've since fixed that, but man, what a time sync type of mechanic that they fucking slapped together, huh? I tell ya. It's also a problem that there's no PvP basically until endgame, so those people who have put 200 plus hours in without any PvP suddenly forced to start. I mean, they're not even forced to start anymore, realistically, shit. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But even if there was PvP, I mean, 85% of PvE players will never do PvP no matter what, so they would still run into this whole wall. But yeah, you're not wrong. And why do we gather schematics? What's the point? There's no point anymore, Fuzi. It used to be you would gather schematics, you know, like the PvP would be relegated to the lab that had the best schematics that week. Now the PvP is not relegated anywhere, and people are just flying around grabbing schematics from everywhere until they finally realize that they've been flying 15 minutes from location to location grabbing schematics for no fucking reason. I might sound like I'm bitching and I'm complaining, bro, but I'm just telling you. All facts. Everything I said is just facts. All facts and all mechanics implemented by the developers themselves. The developers did this to the game themselves. All developer choice decisions here. Predictable consequences as well, because even before they moved all of the schematics onto the deep desert like it is now, even before they did that, I said that's going to oversaturate the market with schematics, and then it's going to be impossible to find PvP. And it is few and far between, even on Harmony, finding PvP. I used to, even in the middle of the night, be able to go to the lab that had the popular schematic of the week, and I would find a group there. Period. Didn't matter what time of the day. Didn't matter. Yeah, you're crazy, Agent. Yeah, you're crazy. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you flying around looking for bases as well? Hey, Proverb. Look, earlier we were trying to cut the developers some slack because we were talking about, I was talking about this earlier. I was like, man, I go in on these developers sometimes, and there's a lot of like inside information that we're not privy to, which could potentially, you know, mean that some of the criticism I throw at them isn't fair. We were talking about that earlier. But yeah, yes indeed, yes indeed. I'm still just pointing out facts. Whether or not this group of developers is having to work through the weeds of some shitty code base or whatever, everything I'm saying is still just factually true. But yeah, we were playing devil's advocate for these guys a little bit earlier, just to be fair, just be a little bit fair. Just to be a bit fair. Best part about this game, Agent, in my opinion, is the progression system. The progression system is 10 out of 10. Working your way to your first ornithopter is so nice. And then from your ornithopter to buggies or vice versa, and then just stockpiling those resources is solid. The AI in the PvE being copy and paste all the way throughout the game didn't even bug me until we got into the artificially inflated deep desert. That's when I said, okay. Okay, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is their form of creative difficulty, because that's going to be a problem. No, 100%, Gordon. See, typically I start off my rants by saying that the game's got a solid backbone. I don't even know if that's true anymore. You can get your money out of the game, but like I don't even know if that's true anymore. I don't know where I'm at anymore. You know where I'm at? I'm waiting for Arc Raiders, so I could take my mind off of Dune Awakening for about a week and kind of see where it happens. But unfortunately, we just had the Arc Raiders test and the old school RuneScape Gridmaster, which kind of did take us off of Dune Awakening for a week. And we just came back and it just felt worse. Agent, apparently, I don't know if this is true. I didn't watch the video that the person sent me. I don't even remember who it was. My memory is fleeting right now. But I heard Arc Raiders used machine learning to train their AI. And if they did, if that's so genuinely true, that needs to be industry standard from here on out. You know what I'm saying? That needs to be industry standard from here on out, because it is just wild. The AI is wild, bro. I'm convinced that the machine learning taught AI has led to some of the craziest interactions that I just cannot get off of my head. That stupid rolling bot that trolled the hell out of me. I can't get that out of my head. And then the 3 bots that killed me, and then they started dancing around me. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't understand. I don't fucking understand, but it's just so good. And then we move into the buffalo. Dude, the buffalo are so wild. I've seen some clips of that thing. It is deadly, deadly accurate in its jumps. It's just so much. It's so good, dude. It's so good. It needs to be industry. It needs to be industry standard. That's the beginning of the plot for Terminator, is it? Oh, shit. I've never seen the Terminator. Storm should be rolling through within 5 minutes, so we're gonna start working our way back to that base. Hopefully it hits it. We're not totally unfair with these devs either. We're not totally unfair. All right, we keep it real around here in positive ways as well. I've said time and time again, this game is going to dominate on console. Console players are going to eat this up, especially now that they don't have to go through the rocky road that we had to go through with watching half of the deep desert get turned into a PvE zone, or with the poor PvE players having to venture into the PvP zone to farm titanium. Console players are going to be able to farm all the way to Plistanium without even going into the PvP zone. So all of the 85% of PvE players that just like to stockpile and will never ever step foot in the PvP zone no matter what, you can't convince them, they're gonna get even like an extra 100 hours out of this, and then by the time they're done, bro, they're just gonna move on and call it a day, bro. They're just gonna call it a day. Console players being able to roll onto PC servers is not gonna fucking help anything. If I was a console player, as a matter of fact, Gore, I'll advocate against it. That'd be the dumbest thing that they can do. They need to enjoy their time on console. Best case scenario, Gore, what'd I say, 5 minutes on the storm? I'm a genius. Best case scenario on console is, and again, this is not in the best interest of console players, it's just in the best interest of us. But the best case scenario would be that they re-roll fresh servers that are console and PC crossplay. That would be so good. If console comes out and there are fresh start servers that are crossplay. Hell yeah. That'd be so good. It would not be good for console players because they would have to deal with all this PC China bot or China bot farm bullshit, which they might have to deal with on console. It's not impossible to pull off the same sort of nonsense on console, but it's not the point. That would be best case scenario, but what's going to happen is they're going to come out with the console launch. There's going to be console only servers, and then the console players are going to be able to roll onto PC servers, but that's not going to make a dent. Because if you're a console player and you roll onto a PC server, you're basically just shooting yourself in the foot. These servers are so cooked at this point in time. We need fresh start servers as is. Or the poor PvP players that ran off 60% of the player base. I mean, look, Oz, I mean, we could go back and forth all day. I tend to blame Funcom for the PvP that they incentivized. The literal only PvP that Funcom incentivized was what I totally consider griefing. I agree with PvE players that if they're out there farming resources and a PvP player at no risk to themselves can come in and just kill the PvE player and take the resources at no risk to themselves, like, that's griefing, man. That's griefing for sure. But it's literally the only PvP that Funcom developed that came with any sort of incentive. The rest of the PvP has actually zero incentive. You fight another PvP player and you get gas. You know, you get a fuel cell. Wow, I got a fuel cell. But you know, you're not wrong. But those PvE players, if those PvE players got out into the deep, say there was PvE only servers, those PvE players would have still left. I promise you. I promise you, I promise you, I promise you they would have still left. They might have left faster. They might have left faster because when you get out into the deep desert and you get to experience what endgame PvE is in this game, you don't leave satisfied. Let's just put it at that. Kiki, yeah, you know, I've heard people who are rage hacking in this game walk away with 7-day bans. I can't confirm any of that though, so I don't know. But yeah, when it comes to glitching, if you're talking about the repair glitch, no, they didn't punish anybody for that. With the dupers, they punished the dupers, but man, we got edged by this fucking storm again. God. Fucking hate this shit sometimes. Cool game. Awesome. Love it when the storm smashes through, you know, 10%, 5%, 2% of the PvP zone. Fantastic. I mean, rage hacking gore was when, I forget the guy's name, walked into the lab and with the click of a button, insta-killed every AI in that lab. Rage hacking is when the guy met up with Echo. No, it wasn't Donkey. Donkey's one of them, but it wasn't Donkey. Rage hacking... Donkey's the one who met up with Echo, I think. Rage hacking is when, you know, somebody meets up with Echo and then can grab loot from each and every single chest out of the deep desert without even leaving their base. So think about that now with instanced loot. A rage hacker can just sit inside of their base, or not even a rage hacker, a Chinese bot farm that wants to sell the schematics for Solari can just sit inside of their bank, or real world money can just sit inside of their bank, grab all of the schematics from the entirety of the deep desert without even leaving their base. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I've heard instances of people like that walking away with 7-day bans. If we're talking about like the original dupe that happened in the game that was more accessible to like the regular player, because I think the original dupe had something to do with like the same way the repair glitch was, but a vehicle inventory and like storage. It was some sort of weird method, but the average player could pull this off. From what I understand, the people who abused that got like 3-day bans. Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, these people are egomaniacs, and the only reason they cheat is to inflate their weakened egos, cowboy. So that's the exact response that you would expect to get from a hacker. As if they were on some sort of, like, vigilante kick. Get the fuck out of here. I didn't watch the encounter gore. Yes. Yeah, Echo. From what I understand, God. My bad. From what I understand, Echo interviewed these guys. I know, right? I know, right? Indeed, indeed. My base was jacked. God. Maybe some more Rockstar will help. That'll do it. Like post-interview, they made a podcast? I mean, podcast is a weird term. I don't know what technically, you know, dictates a podcast, because technically, Gecko calls his Arc Raiders videos, weekly videos, a podcast. Which is kind of like a video, is it not? It's just a video, right? Am I stupid? Am I missing something here? What's the difference? because you have multiple people on, multiple guests make it a podcast instead of a video. That cannot be like the line that gets drawn to define those two things. There has to be something. Like, for me, podcast, maybe just in using the term podcast, you're letting people know that it's more of like an audio, because that's what I think. When I hear podcast, I think audio rather than video at all. So maybe using the term podcast on like a weekly video of like 4 people sitting down talking about Arc Raiders or something like that kind of lets the audience know, like, hey, this is mainly just a discussion rather than any sort of like a fancy video production. I see. Perhaps. Are we on to something? Well, it takes you 12 minutes to fly out of the deep desert. I was trying to fly to Instance 1, but Instance 1's storm hits like 5 minutes after Instance 3's storm. So I don't think we're going to make it. And then we'd have to rely on Instance 1's storm hitting the base. Like, this is just pissing me off more than anything. These bases aren't going to have anything in them anyways, which has never been the thing. I don't give a shit what's in the base. It's kind of like when I go panning for gold. Bro, I don't go panning for gold to walk away with like to walk away rich with gold. I go out to pull gold out of dirt. It's crazy. It's a crazy process. Oh yeah, Kiki, you know, it used to be worse. It used to be a lot worse. The spice fields spawn rates have seemingly been fixed. They used to be so broken. Man, they used to be busted. But yeah, even nowadays, if you're just going in and checking the PvE zone specifically as well, they're few and far between sometimes. You'd expect on like a lower populated server that you would find more though. So 40 minutes with nothing seems a bit odd on a lower populated server, to be honest. I'm sick and tired of the instances of deep desert, man. I really am. And like, dude, so picture this, like, what if, I don't even know how I would feel about this. Chuji threw out an idea the other day, which I thought was wild, but it's also like a possibility. So they recently made 3 instances on Harmony and on PAX, the 2 most populated servers, because of the way they changed the server and how the servers work inside of the deep desert. So Chuji threw out the idea that maybe they're kind of testing the waters for merging every single deep desert, but just having like 20 or 50 instances of the deep desert. So all of the North America East region would be put into one deep desert, essentially, with 20 separate instances. I fucking do not know how I feel about that, Agent. So knee-jerk reaction. I'm like, 20 different instances literally multiplies the amount of bases that we could find by 20 times. But as we're finding out today, it takes about an hour to fly through and scan the entirety of a deep desert and then get out. And I'm just doing a quick flyby scan. We're not going deep on any of these islands and looking for these hidden bases either. We're just doing quick flybys. So That would be 20 hours of searching just, you know what I mean? Like, just to hit it. What's the practical difference between a different deep desert and a different instance? They are all different. There's no practical difference. Nope. It's the same deep desert, just it's a different deep desert. There is no practical difference. Aside from the fact the way that it works right now, Harmony has its own deep desert, which is split into 3 deep deserts. And then let's say Dugap, the other server that I used to play on, has its own deep desert. So those are completely separated. Like the two never intermingle. The 2 servers and the players on each server never intermingle. If they combined all of the deep deserts into one with just 20 different instances, that would mean that Dugap does intermingle with Harmony in some way, shape, or form. If you're on the same instance. And that's where the whole thing gets weird. And we're talking about searching 20 instances, which I just think is absurd. But if we have everybody in the entire game out inside of one singular, you know, area of the deep desert, instance-wise, we might run into more bases. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I thought that with the 3 instances of Harmony, though, and clearly that's not always the case. Fuck, dude. We got edged by this storm. I think it's right here in F3. It might be F4. I think we got edged by this storm. Awesome. Yeah, so only one big one is active at any time, any given time, Kiki. Do you think they could? Do you think they could fit the entirety of the player base of one region into only 5 or 10, though? Because I say 20 just because I don't think they'll be able to fit. But I might be wildly overestimating how many people. Fucking edged, dude. Unbelievable. Well, we made it. Barely. Storm just didn't hit it. Yeah, right. With the number we got now, right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, sheesh. Yes, indeed. Dune is looking rough. Let's go back to the Steam charts. Now I'm curious. Is there like a... is there like an actual Steam chart that shows not peak players, but average players? Oh, more. How far down do we have to go? No, I don't want to search. I don't want to filter by current players, but average players. Bro, Ark Survival Evolved is above us. What's Dune at right now? Oh my god. What's it at? Hold on. Oh my. Bro, Dark and Darker is ahead of us. Bro. What was the most recent NBA that came out? Was 2K25 the most recent NBA that came out? Agent, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they end up doing. For real. I don't know exactly what that would do. Yeah, but Rogue, have they come out with 2K26 yet? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Have they come out with 2K26 yet? I don't know how, I don't know how the cadence to sports games go anymore. I don't pay attention to that. Okay. See, I wouldn't think so either, Rogue. I'm with you. I'm with you. Let's see. Latest NBA game. No, not fucking video game. Google? No, yeah, 2K25. Yeah, what are you tripping? What are you tripping, Kato? Kato's lost his mind. Exactly. Exactly, yeah, they throw that round ball around. Is 2K26? No! What are you fucking talking about? Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on. He's cooking. Kato's cooking. 26 is out. In Season 2? Phew. Okay. If that's the case, you guys... Damn, bro. Damn, dude. Dune Awakening right now is doing worse than NBA 2K25. Yeah, we were way wrong. We were way wrong, Rogue. Like I said, I have no idea how these sport games cadences work. I stopped paying attention to sport games when they came out with that stupid ass game mode that costs an arm and a leg and then wipes itself every year. It's ridiculous. Dude, Legends of Eidolon has more players than Dune Awakening right now. That's funny, because I was playing Eidolon before we started playing Dune Awakening. While I was waiting for Dune Awakening, I was playing Eidolon. That's funny. No, you're right, Kato, which means last year's NBA has more players in it right now than Dune Awakening does. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. Russian Fishing 4 has more players than Dune Awakening does. Damn, bro. Damn. What's that stupid not woke, but contentless game? Maybe woke. That contentless game that Bethesda came out with. Space City or some stupid like that. What's that game that they came out with? Yeah, Starfield. Here you go. I swear if Starfield has more than Dune Awakening, it doesn't. Okay. All right, guys. We're not cooked yet. We're not cooked yet, all right? Good. Sheesh. That was a close one. We're not far off. Yeah, still, Agent, still. It's Sunday at 10:25 p.m. for every single game that we just looked at. Typically, I look at the 24-hour peak concurrent numbers. That's a much better number to look at, I agree. But it's 10:25 for every single game that we just looked at. But you're right. Typically, I look at and only care about the 24-hour peak concurrent number. I think that's the most important number from that. But I can't go into every single one of these games. We're just looking at the list. And Dune is like 160 on the list right now, bro. Like, damn, dude. But you're right. It is 10:20 on a Monday, right? Yeah, no, Sunday. Yeah, people heading into work, getting ready for work and whatnot. Dune's 24-hour peak is still actually sitting right exactly where I predicted it, between 12 and 15,000. I've been saying that for months, and it'll ride out at 12 to 15,000 on the 24-hour peak all the way up until the first expansion. The console launch might bring some PC players back, but that's entirely dependent on what they do with the servers. Fresh start servers might bring some PC players back, but honestly, I don't even know. Is that even on Steam? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, Division 2's at 2.7. I don't see Division 1. You don't know how many new players will come? This game's not talked about much. Are we talking about the console launch, Juji? Or are we talking about if they just randomly did like a fresh start servers? I think if they did some sort of, you're right. Like, would the people come back? The games, how would they market fresh? Oh, we're gonna do fresh start servers, and that would bring people back. You're right. The marketing for that would be weird.
On infiltration instead of invasion.
Hey, Rogue coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Oh, okay. You're talking about, like, the new player flow in. See, that's the weird thing, Chuji, is there's still new players flowing in. Kiki in the chat's a new player. Like, I've been getting new players in the chat. Hey, Nutrition, dropping the follow, my man. Welcome. Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. I've been getting new players in the chat. More than I would have expected. So I agree. You know, the marketing for the games, you know, obviously they can't market the game all the time after it's come out. But there's still a weird ebb and flow over here on Harmony where guilds leave, guilds come in, guilds leave, guilds come in. That's why I'm like, fingers crossed. This week in the Deep Desert has been fucking dead. It is dead out here in the Deep Desert. The base that we put up should not have lasted 24 hours. It lasted over 15 hours completely and totally unprotected. That's crazy. It didn't even take like a little bit of wall damage and then somebody got to the honeycomb and was like, ah, forget about this. No damage at all. That's crazy. It's been dead this week out here, and I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that it's just because the people coming in are just working their way through, leveling up, getting the resources and stuff to then work their way into the Deep Desert. So that maybe a week or two from now, it's a little bit more poppin' because those people have finally made it in. Because like you said, people seem to be giving Harmony and PAX one last hurrah here, swapping servers. When is the next Dune TV or movie? I have no idea. I don't know. Elite Dangerous. What's PAX? What is PAX? Battlefield 6. See, I would argue, when did Battlefield 6 launch? Let me pull this up. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Ugh. Ouch. Yikes. Wow, dude. What the fuck? Ooh. Okay, hold on. Hold on, give me a second. We'll dissect this. Because I'm not convinced like Battlefield 6 and the audience for Battlefield 6 shares too much in common with the audience for Dune Awakening. I'm not sure what that release did to the game. Same with Arc Raiders. I don't think Arc Raiders is going to peg into the 24-hour peak numbers very much. I really don't. I really don't. Yeah, line go down. Like, damn, bro. What happened between June and August that made it like that's so I've never seen it. It's just so straight. It's just so straight. Look at that line. That is just a straight line. Why is it not letting me go all the way back? Is that when it launched? Was June 30th? No. Well, let me go further back. Give me a minute. Yeah, but it says an all-time peak of 189, and that's not 114, so... It's just weird it won't let me go all the way back. But either way, what the hell happened between June and July? I mean, that's 1 month from 189? Bro, when did it come out? Was it June 10th? Bro, 1 month and 20 days? You know, when this happened, I remember people making videos, and I thought they were being dramatic. I thought they were being dramatic, because this happens to most games. Most games experience this same exact life cycle here, with all the hype, and then a big die-off, and then, like, a regular fan base. That's when everybody got to the deep desert. They saw that AI, that artificial inflated difficulty, and they said, nope, not I. Not I. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. I always thought people were being dramatic. Hold on, sorry. Because about this time, videos would come out and they would be like, yo, Dune's lost all of its players. It's lost so many players. And I'm like, that's the normal life cycle for a game. It's going to bottom out between 12 and 15,000 on the 24-hour peak. But that is a steep, steep drop-off to happen in just 1 month. Becker, you're right. Sending their staff on holiday right after release, massive mistake. I totally agree. And Alaskan and Chuji, you guys might be onto something. That's about the time people got to the deep desert and realized that there is no end game. I also find it hard to believe that a lot of people were slow in getting to the deep desert, but I guess a month and a half is about the time. That's about the time you would find out if you're gonna get to the deep desert, if you care to make it to the deep desert as well. So even if you hadn't made it yet, about a month and a half in, that's when you were probably like, I don't even care to make it. That's what I'm saying, Rogue. We were there in like just over 48 hours. Well, technically, we could have been there in just over 48 hours. I think it was 16 for us to get the ornithopter. Sander, or Matt, are you talking about that sand test that happened this weekend? Fuck, we should have gotten down on that. What are we doing, bro? We should have gotten down on the sand test. That's what we should have done. I've heard some good things about that. Oh, what am I doing? I jacked up the screen. I jacked up the screen. This is my fault. Amateur hour. Amateur hour. This is my bad. This is my bad. Medium chemical and an assault ornithopter. See, Chuji brings up a really good point too. When we were doing the Haga Basin base rating, he's right. That's about the average progression that you would see. And that means that they probably didn't even spend too much time, if any time at all, inside of the actual deep desert. Oh, Sea of Sand is around 32%. It was at 38% before the free weekend. Becker, you bring up a good point. The spaghetti code inside of this game, each and every single update would break more things midweek. Abilities would stop functioning. Yeah. No, there's a million things that lead to this, but my God, 1 month, 1.5? What is H74, Sess? Yeah, Matt, I remember people making videos talking about a month and a half in, and I was like, these people are just clickbaiting because, and they do it with every single game where about a month and a half in, the hype dies off. And so there's, mic's on. So there's always a big dip in the player base about a month and a half in. But this is insane. This is not what I was expecting to see when I zoomed out. I forget, the whole reason we came onto this chart, when did Battlefield 6 launch? The whole reason we came onto this chart and zoomed out was so we could see what's happening when Battlefield 6 launches. I was not expecting this straight line down to the bottom. It was October 10th. So October 5th, we had a peak of 21,000, then all the way down to 17, 18, 17, all the way down to 15 on the 9th. This was actually leading into the launch. And then on the 10th, 15 again. So, I mean, it chunked like a good 2,000 off, seemingly, but then all the way back up to 17. So the 2,000 it chunked off came back and then left again. Whether or not that was for Battlefield 6, who knows? But it wasn't like there was like a drastic, 18,000 down to 8,000 because of Battlefield 6, and that's what I'm saying. Arc Raiders won't have that same effect either. I don't think they share the same audience of players, and the players that are left inside of Dune Awakening are either new players like Kiki, who are just absolutely loving their time right now, or people who are just like diehard fans for some reason, willing to glaze the devs over literally anything that they spit out. Zed, my man, good to see ya. Hope you're doing well, just the man we were looking for, as a matter of fact. We were talking about you earlier. How's it going for you guys? You guys still hanging in there? How you doing? How's the deep desert going for you, Zed? Because I've been a bit out of it for like a week or two. So what's the happenings out here inside of the deep desert? Things still be happening or what? You don't feel comfortable going into the deep desert or even doing disconnecting at random. That's what the H74 is. Man, Sess, I don't know if you were here in the beginning of the game, but It used to be so bad too. You would disconnect and you would come back, and it would be like your ornithopter got eaten by the worm. Oh, Wormy got your ornithopter. Hey, Mindful coming in, dropping that follow on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Good evening. Yeah, but it used to be Rogue, where you disconnected, your ornithopter would end up getting lost. They've recently changed that. And the ornithopters do much better at landing where you're at. Where are you getting into the PvP after the loot changes, Zed? Chuji has officially got company. Nice. See, and that's the thing, Cess, that sucks with this Harmony server is we don't have to worry about farming spice. I have not needed to farm spice not one single time on this server. Not once. Not once. The Chinese bot farm that duped all of the spice melange made it free, and I've still got spice in reserves. Sheesh. Win. Whoa. Win. Hold. Win. Weak. Win. Win. Coming on win. Oh! Shut the fuck up. Oh. Can I do two at once? Oh, we can. Pump it up. Hey. Yes indeed. Weak, my man. Oh, how did this fly under my radar? Who withheld this information from me? Matt? Was it you? Was it you, Matt? Dude, fuck. I'm so pumped up, dude. I gotta take off on the 30th, so I won't be here for the launch of Arc Raiders, which just sucks, man. I was excited to run a 24-hour live stream for the launch of Arc Raiders, but I've got a family funeral that I've got to go to on my wife's side, so life is life sometimes, obviously. It is what it is, but that is so good. I'm so pumped up, dude. I'm so pumped up. That's so good. Bro, the only reason, Week, that I even jumped into the Battlefield 6 test was so I could dip my toes in the water of what is Battlefield before I jumped in. Did you, Sil? Did you? Oh, man. Oh. But, God, Sil, if you mentioned it, I guess I didn't pick up on the fact that you mentioned that it was coming tomorrow. Technically not tomorrow. Tomorrow in 15 minutes for me, anyways. Dude. Oh, that's so good. What time does it launch? Do we know what time? Release time. I hate these games, bro. It's so fucking simple, dude. Oh, the Royale drops on the October 28th. Dude, why can't they put out the time? Are these companies stupid? Are these companies stupid or something? They're idiots, bro. If you're gonna drop the release date, drop the release time. You know what? They're idiots, but it helps me. Their stupidity helps me. Because if I'm wondering when the release time is, do you want to know what else? There's tens of thousands of other people wondering what the release time is. So when they finally tell people the release time, if you make a video on it, little cheeky strategy here, you can snake some views from some people who are trying to figure out when the fuck the release time is. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I call those 3-minute wonders. Those are the ones. Those are the ones. This dance move, Kato. I call it the pump it up. Pump it up. Dude, I haven't been this excited since Apex Legends Shadow dropped, actually. Since you bring up Apex Legends. Apex usually is 1 p.m. Eastern. It's like 11 a.m. Okay. Hopefully they give us that information sooner rather than later, because I absolutely have got to now schedule to sleep. And you know what? If it is in fact... Oh, it's so perfect. It's so perfect too, because I'm going out of town on the 29th. Our cars broke down, so we got to get a ride out there, and I gotta go. We're going out of town on the 29th, and we're gonna be out of town on the 30th, and then we're not back in town until the 31st. So the fact that this comes out on the 28th is so perfect. If it does end up dropping at 11 a.m. my time, 1 p.m. Eastern, that's also perfect, because I've got to flip the good old sleep schedule here to get on the normal time frame. Fuck, dude. Yes, bro. I'm so glad. I thought it was going to be a long wait. I thought it was going to be months, dude. I thought it was going to be months, bro. I'm so excited, dude, because playing in the Battlefield... Oh, Kato, I was joking around with the Pump It Up. The game that's coming out tomorrow is not Pump It Up. It's the Battlefield 6 Battle Royale. You saw a video someone did on the farmers and duping. It's crazy watching them go in and out of the auction house. Seth, it ruined this server. It ruined this server. So not only did it hyperinflate the market, making schematics sell for tens of millions of Solari, but it brought Melange down to 1.5 thousand a piece at its lowest. The lowest that I bought it at was 1.5 thousand a piece. So it's so ridiculous, dude. That's so ridiculous. Turn like 60 million Solari into like 40,000 Melange or something crazy like that. But it's the Battlefield 6 Battle Royale dropping tomorrow, Kato. Indeed. One thing I don't like about Battlefield 6 is so I like sniping inside of these games. And what I like about sniping inside of these games is when it's a projectile shot. And you have to lead your shot, and you have to account for the drop of your shot. So it just makes it to where if you hit a really, really nasty shot, you feel it. You feel it in your gut. You know what I mean? You're like, damn, I got him. I got him. In Battlefield 6, you do have to lead your target, but you don't have to account for drop, because you can zero out your scopes. Not a huge fan of that. That kind of sucks, you know? Sell one perforator schematic from the Landsrad and buy 40,000 Melange. Exactly, Chuji. And yeah, Matt, 1.5 thousand for one single Melange. And like Chuji said, the perforator schematics sold for 65 million on the instant. It was an instant sell at 65 million. Fuck, I forgot about that. I did the BIOS shit to play the Battlefield test, so I don't think I'm gonna have to redo that. Fucking forgot about that, Kato. Didn't even stop cheaters anyways. Stupid. Stupidity. Whatever. Whatever. Right, Cess. So that's the thing. Harmony's market is completely and totally a like an entity in and of itself because of the amount of people here, and because there's a high amount of people here, the bot farms that hit this server really hard. So you're right. Markets are completely and totally server dependent. Either way, Kato, I don't even care, man. I do not even care. We're in. We're so in, bro. I've been waiting for a new Battle Royale experience to come out from a AAA company, if you will, for a long time. Playing the Battlefield 6 test, I'm fucking pumped for this Battle Royale here because the verticality inside of the test was interesting, bro. If we start to mix in destruction mechanics, dude. Zed, you know what? You make a damn good point, don't you? You make a damn good point. It's gonna be free to play as well. Still, I'm saying, so trying it out, easy. Zed, I get what you're saying with bricking the PC, but typically I drop my settings inside of these games to so low. I cap my FPS. I even right now, even though I've got Dune Awakening pretty dialed in, resource management wise, I'm constantly monitoring my CPU stats. Like right now, it's bouncing between 52 and 58% usage on the CPU and 52% usage on the GPU. 69 degrees Celsius on the CPU. I don't know what the GPU is at temperature wise. It's hidden by my OBS, but I'm assuming it's going to be some sort of standalone download similar to Warzone. And I've heard a lot of people doing that, Rogue. I've heard a lot of people doing that. So yeah, like I'm saying, I turn these settings way down, which typically helps with that. But even in doing that nowadays, some of these games just are not optimized properly. Like something was going on with Arc Raiders. In the main menu, my CPU was running at 90%. It does not compute. What's happening in the main menu that's using 90% of my CPU resources, and then they need to fix it. Like, they got to figure that out and fix it. You know what I mean? And even though we had our graphics dialed down inside of Arc Raiders, the CPU usage would still dial up to like 91, even in-game in specific scenarios. Yeah, we had to tinker with that quite a bit to get it to a let's just say a usage percentage and temperature that I'm comfortable with. I like to ride my temperature lower than it should be and my usage lower than it should be, but we like to play it safe because I'm with you, Zed. I don't want to. The last thing I can have if I brick my PC, we're fucked. We're done for. That's gonna put a halt to the content, unfortunately. Zed, take it easy, my friend. You take it nice and easy out there. Don't you do nothing too crazy now. Inside of Arc Raiders, something inside of the main... What's weird is on the main screen, if I would load in and start waiting for a raid, it would... and I sat on that screen, it would pump up to 90% usage. But if I swapped over to like the workshop and sat on that screen, immediately back down to 65-70%, which is still, in my opinion, high for sitting on the main menus, right? 65-70% on the main menus is high, but it is a CPU intensive game. Rogue, I never minded Once Human's 6-week wipe. I've got 390 hours or something into Once Human. I never minded the 6-week wipe. What irritated me with Once Human and why I stopped playing was because they stopped coming out with content. They went content and scenario dry for a really long time. All they would pump out was these $200 loot crate schematics into the community. It was so annoying. And then when they finally did drop a new scenario, The Way of Winter, it was completely and totally undercooked, broken, and just not fun. And then I even went back and played the Endless Dream scenario. Bro, even the Endless... Something about the Endless Dream scenario just did not hit the same way as the game hit, like, the first time playing it. You know what I mean? So I don't know if the game just ran its course or if they've, like, done something to the AI in that game to make it feel stupid. I don't know. The difference between the Dune Awakening wipe is they, you know, you can take all your stuff out. It's not like your character actually gets wiped or any of the progress actually gets wiped. But yeah, I don't know where Zed's running into this PvP at. I'm assuming since he's running out with his guild, still kind of schematicking up, they're probably running into it at labs. That would be my guess, because these PvP ships, people can pop in and out of them so quickly, I doubt that they would have to worry about it there. Man, week. I'm so pumped up. I'm so glad. That would have flown completely under my radar and I would have been devastated. Fuck yes, dude. What I'm really excited for, I thought the verticality inside of Battlefield 6, the test, was really good. And what I mean by that is, like, the inside building verticality and the, you know, roof hopping verticality as well to the game. It just, like, adds that almost, like, fourth dimension that you have to account for. Dude, I'm so pumped up. Regards, good evening, my friend. Good evening. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing fantastic. We've got about 5 minutes until another storm. Hopefully it hits this base this time. If not, then I guess this base is just gonna survive, you know? Base is just gonna live. How are things looking on Dune? Empty. Empty, regard. Looking empty over here. Dead-ish, yeah. You know, like... maybe empty's not the best word, because especially, like, as we go later on in the night, obviously less and less people are going to be rolling into a Monday night. God, speaking of which, they're launching the Battle Royale on a Tuesday. What the fuck is up with these companies? I'm not complaining, because I needed them to launch it on a Tuesday. It's like the only day that they could have launched it this week where I'll have time to play it. See, Rogue, a lot of people, you know, I like the building system too. I can get down on building inside of these survival games for sure. Like the guild base that we have is a bit of a mega base at this point in time. I can get down on the base building for sure. Dune's base building kind of pisses me off with the hold to build, but at the same time, what else kind of irritates me is they could monetize the shit out of that. Dude, if they sold base cosmetics, they would sell like hotcakes. And if that was able to fund development, I'd be all game. I'd be game. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I've never played the Division 1 or 2. What even is that? Oh, it's a third-person shooter? I see. It's a co-op shooter. Oh. Not much of a co-op guy. PvP. I can get down on. Indeed. And also, I hear Tom Clancy. Who develops that? Yeah. Fucking knew it. Nope. I'm out. Nope. Ubisoft's name's attached to it. I'm out. I gave them a shot with X Defiant. They fucking just so quickly pulled the Ubisoft is, look, like, in terms of, like, development studios, Ubisoft is worse than Funcom, bro. Get the fuck out. No. Bro, I won't touch it. I won't touch Ubisoft anymore. That's a nasty, nasty studio right there. Publisher, I don't fucking care what you want to call them. They're nasty, bro. No, I'm good. Arc Raiders reminds you of Star Wars Battlefront. It does kind of have like a Battlefront type vibe, doesn't it? I can see that. I can see that. The only memories I have of playing Battlefront were when I was very, very young teens, only passively at like my cousins or something like that. No, Mark, you're right. Ubisoft used to be a decent company, but now I won't even. No, I'm not even joking when I say I won't touch something that they're attached to, because I know for a fact I'll be wasting my time. Exactly that too. They've absolutely turned into a complete and total cesspool of agenda pushing. Yeah, no, I'm good on Ubisoft. I'm good on Ubisoft. No, thank you. Oh yeah, I forgot they were the ones who made Assassin's Creed. Oh yeah. Yeah, bro, no fucking way am I playing a Ubisoft game in 2025, 2026, or 2027, bro. Maybe by 2028 they'll have proved that they've shifted. And even when they shift, bro, these companies, when they shift to one way or another, they don't give a fuck one way or another. They're just trying to pander to whatever audience they think is gonna to make them the most money. The unfortunate problem is there's a bunch of idiots in charge who think that the left is where they're gonna make the most money, which is just fuck around and find out, I guess. And that's when you end up with these woke ass games that are putting studios out of business. Man, Mark, you know what? It seems like it used to be genuinely about the passion. The original developers of Halo, when you hear them talking about, if you go back and watch like developer interviews of listening to developers talk about Halo, bro, they sound passionate about their shit. And then you transition into 2025 and you've got these 3 Dune Awakening devs sitting in front of the screen talking about their socks. They don't fucking give 2 shits about the game that they're developing. They don't care at all. So it just seems like people used to be passionate about these projects, and now they treat it like a 9-to-5 job and or a way for them to push their own narrative, their own story, and none of their stories are anything worth pushing. I've never been into Assassin's Creed, but I'm not into solo story games. I never played any of the Assassin's Creed. That's what sucks here, Chuji, is like, for this game being a cash grab, they fucked it up. They could have made so much more money, dude. They could have made buckets and buckets and buckets more money inside of this game. If during the hype of this game they were selling ornithopter variants and they were selling base variants, dude, do you know how much money this game would have made? A lot. A lot. Yeah, I've never been much into the Assassin's Creed games. My buddy really likes solo story games. Massive PlayStation fanboy. Tried so hard to get me to play The Last of Us. He tried so hard. And then when Back 4 Blood came out, that was like a co-op shooter game. He was trying, so I was like, so there's no PvP? I'm like, how am I competing? It's like, well, you could try and be like the highest score. And I'm like, so I'm not fighting anybody else? He's like, no. And I'm like, all right, I'm out. But he tried so hard to get me into Back 4 Blood. And then what's funny is Last of Us 2 comes out. He was massively excited for it and then massively let down. And then the same thing with Back 4 Blood. He was like, it's going to be so good. It's going to be the best game. You're going to regret not playing it. Well, I don't think Back 4 Blood's doing so hot. I didn't quite follow the game's lifespan, but I don't think it did too well. Yeah, problem is, Mark, see, I agree with you. I wouldn't purchase any of the cosmetics, but I wouldn't complain if those cosmetics meant that the game was actually gonna, like, receive development. We seem to have skipped over a storm, or it just hit the back corner again, which would mean that's 3 storms in a row that have just completely missed this desert, essentially. Good. I'm not convinced that if they sold cosmetics, it would actually push into developing the game any further. You'd probably just get pocketed. And then they would do what Funcom does best, which is this weird slow drip of games. Well, we definitely missed a storm timing here. Yeah, go, and I've predicted what's coming out with the first expansion, which is going to be 85% PvE and 15% PvP. They're probably going to copy and paste the AI from the deep desert into whatever new tier 7 zone. That whole tier 7 zone is going to be all PvE. You're going to be able to get all of the tier 7 resources from PvE areas, all of the schematics from a PvE area, and then the 15% of a PvP update, my guess, is going to be some form of queue into battleground system where you queue in and sign up for basically like a 4v4 battleground. That's my prediction for the first expansion. There's a lot of PvP players like, oh, they're gonna drop a new deep desert zone. No, they fucking ain't. No, they won't. Don't hold your breath on that one. I think, I'm not complaining, Rogue. To me, that's what's gonna happen, and basically it's gonna leave the deep desert as like an abandoned content. You'll come to the deep desert to get Plastanium, but if you don't need Plastanium to make tier 7 ore, then you're probably just going to skip over the deep desert entirely and go from tier 5 to tier 7. And I don't have a problem with like a queue in PvP system. I think like a battlegrounds in this game where it was 4v4 would be massively popular. The organized PvP in this game was massively popular. People were able to organize PvP fairly easily. So like a 4v4 queue in system, bro, that would fill in quick. So but that's just what the first expansion will look like. It'll be 85% PvE, 15% PvP, and basically just leave the deep desert as abandoned content. That dirty page in the history book of Dune Awakening. Open PvP is dead. They killed it off. What sucks goes before they moved all of the schematics into the deep desert all of the time, open world PvP was still popping, and it was relegated to the most popular schematic of the week. If they would have just made the loot instanced and still had it rotate on a weekly basis, boom, 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 boom. No way they're gonna do it in that. No way they're gonna do it in that rotation, Cess. But you bring up a decent point. You do. I like where you're going with that thought process, and that could work. That could work, because like right now as it sits, all of the tier 6 schematics you can get out of the PvE zone essentially, right? I'm not 5% of the schematics have come from a PvP zone, whatever. You can get most of them out of a PvE zone, so most of them are free. But that didn't happen until like 3 months into the game. So what you're saying is tier 7's going to come out. It's going to be in an area that's PvP to start with, and then like 3 months in, they'll expand a PvE zone into that area and allow the PvE players to get their tier 7 for a couple of months, and then we get into tier 8, which again would start off as a PvP area. That might work. You know, something like that might work. These devs are not, they're not that smart, Cess, unfortunately. Yeah, many super easy solutions have just been completely ignored by these guys. Well, right now as it sits, Go-Go, that's why I'm not entertaining the 5% of schematics that come from the PvP zone. Because those technically, while yes, they come from a PvP only zone, the PvE players can easily buy those on the market because they're still flooding the market as well. So like technically right now, PvE players can buy the PvP schematics from the market. If I had to guess, you guys, they're just going to come out with the island. It's going to be all PvE. Whatever ice map that they come out with, it's going to be all PvE. There'll maybe be the PvP crashed ship zones like in the Haga Basin. But aside from that, it's just going to all be tier 7 inside of the PvE. And then PvP is going to be abandoned aside from like an arena is how I see it. I don't see them trying to expand and fix this shit. Yeah, loading screen like that probably requires too much technical effort on their end. I get what you're going at, and I'm not certain how I feel about like instanced in loading in, kind of like almost like Albion Online in a way, where you go into a dungeon, you're not certain somebody's gonna be in there. It's not quite instanced on Albion either, but similar. Jux, good evening, good evening. I mean, functionally, Cess, unfortunately, functionally, the mobs inside of the deep desert are exactly the same as the mobs inside of the Haga Basin. They're just cranked up to fucking 11 with the artificial difficulty, the inflated hit points, the speedy reload, the instant ability cooldown. What they needed was some real PvE content, which is why I don't remember who I was talking to earlier, but even if they had PvE only servers, the PvE players would have gotten into the deep desert and left. They would have gotten into the deep desert and they would have left because there's no endgame PvE to grind for. It's artificially inflated difficulty. It's boring. They throw swarms of the same shitty to deal with AI at you that instead of being creatively difficult, just have higher damage, higher health, come at you in waves, reload instantly, will fuck it. If you go it, and what's even more irritating is all of this artificial difficulty that they created becomes completely null and void the second you get 3 people inside of that lab. Because when there's only one person inside of the lab, every single AI in that lab has wall hacks on you. So they're all targeting you all the time. If there's 3 people inside of the lab, there's only a couple AI targeting you at any given time. So it's a lot easier to separate, divide and conquer, essentially. It completely mitigates the difficulty that they brought into the game. Nobody does labs now for multiple reasons. I think they're getting bored with the PvE. So up until, I think the main reason though, is the durability, the repair glitch getting fixed. Man, this did something to people, dude. The repair glitch getting fixed did something to people, man. On so many levels, on the PvE front, on the PvP front, it had so much more of an effect than I was even anticipating. Like, for real, I could have never predicted how much of an effect removing the repair glitch did. Because people don't want to do PvE because they're losing durability on their armor that they're going to have to replace. So you go do this bullshit PvE that tears into your durability, and then at the end of it, you get a couple of schematics from the thing, none of which you actually needed, or none of which repair or replace the gear that you have. And then on top of that, they don't have to do the labs anymore. They can get everything out of the, the PvP ships and the small itty-bitty crashed ships. Why would you even go through? And then they discovered that you could mesh in and out of some of these labs, and they started doing that. It's like they'll do anything to avoid the PvE because the PvE is unbearable. The PvE in the deep desert is literally unbearable. And what's funny, I wasn't even irritated because the functionality of the AI in this game is copy and pasted from the South Haga Basin all the way through to the deep desert. But I wasn't irritated about the redundancy of the AI until we got into the deep desert. That's when I said, okay, enough's enough. These guys aren't even creative enough to make endgame PvE. It's literally just artificially inflated. And I was just like, now the copy and paste has just completely gotten on my nerves. And then the last PvE that we got into was when 2 sword guys pinched us into a corner and took us out. I'm done. I'm done. That's the last time that I'm going to have that happen, because I will not go and partake in PvE ever again. We're out. Last longer before repair. Yeah, that would be a bit of a durability tweak. That would be a decent. I don't want to call that Band-Aid, because if they actually landed in really solid numbers on the durability tweak, it could be like a permanent fix. But yeah, most definitely. The 2 melee people just pinning you in a corner is the most frustrating way to go, and I won't do it anymore. I won't do it. I accidentally got locked in that lab anyways. I didn't want to be there in the first place. Well, and that's what I'm saying. If you're solo, the AI inside of the deep desert is just ridiculous, but the difficulty that comes from it's completely and totally mitigated and falls apart the second you have 2 or 3 people in there, because it splits the AI's focus and makes it easy. Also, can I point out that inside of Arcane, granted it's the middle of the night, but I mean, we're middle of the night streamers, and we have been entirely. Dude, it's empty in here, man. It's empty in here. 1, 2. It's not a real person. This guy's logged out. 3, 4. I mean, like, typically I can't even get into this one without 6 people standing in front of it, let alone have my own personal trading booth. Oh, well, finally. Give me that money, give me that money, give me that money. Nice. At least there was chase items before. Now why am I going to go clear lab for a 1% chance at a lasgun? And I don't even know why the lasgun is holding its price. What do you use a lasgun for? What do you use a lasgun for? Oh, I'm telling you, Chuji, there's still some money to be made in this market. It's not with schematics anymore. Bro, go. I'm telling you, you got to knock like fucking at least 3 zeros off of this, because this market's hyperinflated. It's so stupid. But what do you use the lasgun for? To raid bases. How many bases are there to raid? That's all we do. That's all I do in this game. That's all I fucking do in this game, is raid bases. So how many bases are there to raid? Not many. Not a many. So again, what use is there for this to be holding its price? I have no fucking idea why this one's holding its price. Because it has a 1% drop chance? It's not the only thing with a 1% drop chance, is it? There's a lot of things with a 1% drop chance, no? Which is weird. It's a weird item to hold its price, in my opinion. But even this is dropping, because you'll see 300 million for the schematic. But if you already have the schematic, you don't need to buy the schematic. I could buy this lasgun for 200 million. And then repair it just the same as if I researched it, because I already have the schematic researched. So I don't have to buy the schematics anymore. And like Juxt said, you can shoot the wall with a simple gun, and the bases that are getting put up on Harmony nowadays are no longer honeycombing. They're just these weird-ass do-gap bases. It's the only thing at 1%? Okay, I see. I see. And even that's dropping. I think this is dropping less because it's dropping in the deep desert, and more so just because it's not got much of a use case. But like you said, man, like, what are you going out there for? On the off chance you get a las gun? Because if you get anything else, it's worthless. Oh, they're saying spike hilt sword for 50 million? Sure. Try 24.9. What does dugap mean? Exactly, Rogue. Exactly. Question of the day, am I right? Like, what in the dugap does that even mean? What in the dugap does that even mean? Where's Carver when I need him? Where's Carver when I need him? Thyri, I know you're here somewhere. You'll watch it back and know that I needed you. Dugap is the server that I used to play on. It's the first server that we rolled on. And, over on Dugap, when we were raiding bases over there, people would put up bases with basically no defense. I would break through one wall, and their fucking sub-thief would be behind that wall. Whereas in when we first rolled over onto Harmony, people were honeycombing their base like crazy. People were honeycombing their base like crazy when we first rolled over here. But now, it's like one wall and we're in again. It's weird. Like, genuinely, like, the people of Dugap have migrated over here. So, like Chuji was saying, you're gonna fly around, do all that annoying PvE for some of these schematics, which are absolutely worthless. Bro. I'm starting to feel like I got ripped off paying 25 million for my circuit gauntlets. 19 I almost want to buy another pair. I think I have like 4 pairs at this point. I don't need another pair. What about... Dear God, I don't know how many of these I have. Oh, I don't need any more. We have enough. Where's the circuits? Oh, oh, nope, that's Bulwark. Oh, we have 4 of them. We don't need any more. They do, though, Go. You're charged a fee to list anything on the market. So if I want to put this ambition up on the market here, and I wanted to charge 950 million... Wait. Solari for it, it would cost me an exchange fee of 20 million. I think that's 5%. I think that's exactly 5%. Oh, no, it's not. It's less than 5. What's that, like 3? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. Yes, I don't know. Let me check the... That's what I was checking next. It's the only thing left. Yeah, okay. The adaptive Holtzman shield is holding its price as well. I don't know why. I don't know why. But that's the only thing left inside of my entire set that's worth anything. Bro, pincushion helmet for 9 million? For real? For real? For less than that? Are you serious? Are you serious? Give me one of those. Give me that one too. We'll take 2 of them. What about pants? I think I already have a bunch of pincushion pants. 10 million? Nah, I think I have some. Boots. Oh, give me that. Bro, I'm telling you, the only... Did I buy a young Sparky? What the fuck? The only thing that's worth anything is... the adaptive Holtzman shield anymore, and I don't know why. I gotta piss real bad. Give me a minute. Rogue, man, I'm telling you. So if I was on the DoGap server, there would basically be nothing on the market at all. The market would be empty. Nobody uses the market over there. So this is why I don't make money-making videos inside of Dune Awakening anymore. Because they're basically all dependent on your server's auction house, how active it is, what people are buying, what people are selling, you know what I mean? So if you're not selling something to just a trader like an NPC, it's completely and totally market dependent. Yeah, Sess, that's what I'm saying. DoGap as well. There's basically nothing there. I think the only item that you can realistically sell consistently over on DoGap is melange and plastanium ingots. And honestly, Chuji, getting up to Solari Cap is probably the best way to secure your future inside of Dune Awakening, if that makes sense. Because previously, you know, we were holding schematics. You know, we would farm schematics 1 week, hold them for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, sell them on the 3rd week when they're in the least supply. Bro, if we... So, some people said that they were investing into the Regis Disruptors. Bro, they lost their ass. They lost their ass, dude. Dude, 10 million? They lost their ass because they probably paid 200. So being Solari capped is probably the best way to like secure your future. It's kind of the same way inside of old school RuneScape. You know, you could you know get yourself up to like full tier 75 armor, and then log out and not play for a year. And then you come back and that tier 75 armor has lost like 3 million coins worth of value, putting you at a loss. Whereas if you'd have sold it when you took your break, you'd have come back to the same amount of money regardless, right? Pumps, I'm not surprised. Pumps are actually a pain in the ass to get into something that you need a lot of. And then like the if you're talking about sand trout leather, this stuff right here, because it's a part of the Landsrat, is always solid. Same with the agave seeds. I always thought, I was like, are people really building that much? They use this inside of the Landsrat. Why can I never remember what the hell these are called? $7,000 a piece. Give me that. $20,000. 20,000, but we're on a hyperinflated server, to be honest. Damn, is it really? Sheesh. That's crazy. Man, melange all the way back down. So this is getting duped again. This is fucking duper prices. This is duper. This is duper. Oh my. I gotta sit down. I know. Why can I never remember particle capacitors? I never fucking remember. Oh, 50 every day. This is duplicated melange. Because look how much is on the market. And these bots, they undercut each other by the most minuscule amounts of Solari, and they just continue to pump it into the market. Bro, that's duplicated melange. Dead ass fucking 100%. 100 million%. Where they at? Where they at? Looks like a dude. That amount of melange being on the market's not normal. GGHH. Uh-huh. Haha, man. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Bub. You look safe to me, bub. Since when has Spice not been duped? I mean, oh God. It's a good point that you make, Front. For a little while, after 2 months, and then they finally decided to get rid of the respawn button. Did they have to remove the tutorials button as well? Because was that something else people were using? These devs, man, they're so fucking incompetent. What? Why is it rumored? Is it rumored or is it announced? Oh, it's set to shadow drop. It's just a rumor. We don't know that. We don't know Battlefield 6 is coming out for certain. Oh, it's indeed planned. Tom Henderson, though. Fucking Tom. Fucking Tom, man. Tom, I'm a mixed bag with this guy. Pretty sure this is the guy who was covering a lot of shit with X-Defiant, and I was more so just mad at the fact that he was right. I could be remembering that wrong, though. Ugh. Release time. The Battlefield... Wait. It says... The Battlefield 6 release date is on Tuesday, October 28th. But there isn't a confirmed release time for the new season yet. Bro, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Bro, I don't remember, man. Tom did something, man. I was covering a game and Tom was saying something and I was like, he seems like he's fucking just pulling shit out of his ass. I don't remember if he ended up being right or not. I think he's right more often than not. It's not confirmed release time yet. Why do they do that? Tom Henderson. Oh. GameSpot says that the October 28th, the update will go live on all platforms at 9 a.m. UTC. Then at 1500 UTC, Season 1 content will officially be released. Bro, they're not gonna release it. They're not gonna release it. It's 9 a.m. What is 9 UTC? $5 a.m. Fuck, dude. I can't hear this guy, okay? Can't hear him. Onwards, good sir. Godspeed. Godspeed to you in whatever your mission is. For I did not hear it. Oh. Tom Henderson's a video game journalist and leaker. And I think what I disagree with Tom with is his take on GTA. That's because I might be a bit delusional, and I've convinced myself that it's gonna still launch on PC day one. Indeed. He also might have had some takes on X Defiant that I wasn't keen about. I just don't remember. I don't remember. If I had to guess, it was GTA, and it was probably because a lot of people would use Tom as like their like source for argument, which doesn't directly dispute what my source for argument is, which is the fact that Rockstar would be leaving a fucking assload of money on the table. So it's entirely possible that tomorrow, as in like 28 hours from now, maybe even like 32 hours from now, the Battlefield 6 Battle Royale drops. It's possible that's just a rumor. Either way, we're going to prep as if it is going to drop. So for all intents and purposes, the next live stream is going to be the Battlefield 6 Battle Royale. Indeed. So there will technically be no live stream tomorrow night, 27th of October. The Battle Royale is supposed to be free, Rogue. Yeah, I wouldn't be paying for it either. Not right off the rip, anyways. I'm so pumped up to get into a new Battle Royale, though, I tell ya. Dude, I'm so pumped up. I hope they shadow drop it. I'm telling you, it was so successful for Apex Legends. I will never forget the day. I will never, ever, ever forget the day that Apex Legends was shadow dropped. It was such a good day. dies for days. You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be joking me, man. Hey, my man, you are crazy coming in, dropping a 24 viewer raid. I can't believe it, man. That's actually wild. I hope you had yourself a fantastic stream. I hope you had yourself an excellent stream. I hope it was fantastic. Welcome. We are currently, I want to say, 20 minutes away from when a storm should roll through this instance. Hopefully it hits the base that we have scouted out. One of the only 2 bases within these 3 instances that we have scouted out. So hopefully it hits it so we can raid this thing. And that's about what we've got going on, indeed. Dune was gifted to you, Rogue, or Battlefield was gifted to you? Because, I mean, even Dune, you know, as a $40 buy, you'll get your money's worth for sure. Like, you might come out the other side of it pissed off if you ride it for 1,000 hours. Storms, in fact, are on a timer. They hit every hour on the hour. It changes, so it's not like at the 0 mark. So, for example, if a storm hit at 12:30 a.m., the next storm that would hit would be at 1:30 a.m. And this happens all the way up until the reset. So when the reset happens, the storm timer resets as well, and it shifts. So after the reset, if the storm comes on the 40 mark, then it'll be landing on the 40 mark all day long, unless there's a crash or some sort of reset. Yes, so good. It is so good. It helps out for sure. Kind of like if you have a base pegged down, you kind of know when you need to be in that area just in case a storm is going to roll through. Yep, now all you need is the storm timer to be scouted. Yep, exactly. Exactly that. There's sometimes, so even during this stream, we had a storm that started in the I-9 sector right on this corner, and it hit this corner of the deep desert, and then took off northeast and was gone. So if you're waiting on your hour mark and a storm just doesn't come, chances are it did come, it just was in some broken position inside of the deep desert that just made it to where you didn't see it, unfortunately. Yeah, we were complaining about that earlier, talking about how the storms should hit the entirety of the deep desert every hour. It should be like a forced get out of the air every hour for people, you know, rather than, oh, there's a storm coming, let me fly south to avoid it. Should be something where it's like, oh crap, a storm's coming. That way you'd even have to plan like your spice farming in between storms, because you know you're gonna have to get down within an hour after the last storm. Yeah. Rogue, that's probably a good way to come about playing this, because man, the more I PvP in this game, the more I'm just convinced it's not something that's meant to be taken seriously. It's something that's meant to not be taken seriously, especially when we look at like Crippling Strike. Even before the nerf happened, Crippling Strike was bugged like 4 separate times to where it was costing twice as much stamina as it should. We played the first 2 weeks of this game using Crippling Strike, basically after every fight asking, why am I out of stamina already? Just for them to finally come out and say, oh yeah, by the way, Crippling Strike is using twice the amount of stamina. For like 2 weeks we played not knowing what was going on. Is Is there an echo of my voice going on the stream? There's not an echo, is there? I just turned the game volume down a bit. Did I turn it down too low? I mean, Rogue, I'm all about Crippling Strike, but they've nerfed it into the ground. Indeed, indeed, dies indeed. Okay, good. Good. But yeah, I've basically used Crippling Strike this entire time, and I don't know if I'm wrong, and I just remember this improperly, but I remember one time we saw somebody mining. We saw somebody get out of their assault ornithopter and start mining, and this was like within the first couple weeks of the game when I was running Weirding Step and Crippling Strike. And that person gets out, let's say, at that rock right there and starts mining. We came flying up on them, and as we got close enough, while we were in the air, I was able to Weirding Step to them. And you can't do that anymore. And I don't know if I'm remembering it improper, and maybe I flew past the guy or flew close to the guy and then landed on the ground and then Weirding Stepped him. But I swear, we hit him with a Weirding Step while we were flying. And man, it just felt so good, and then you can't do that anymore, so... Paired with the fact that Weirding Step's stamina cost is just out of control. Yet they're also refusing to address the Attractor Field. Like, the Attractor Field ability is so busted. And then they decide to nerf Crippling Strike. It's just weird, man. It's weird. That's what I'm saying. PvP in this game is not meant to be taken seriously, so coming at this game as like a relaxed game, make your own fun almost, building, farming, whatever. It's probably the best way to go about it, because I don't... See, we're on the most populated server, and I don't understand how guilds are doing it. You know? Like, are they flying around doing PvE, just looking for PvP, and then every hour and a half they happen to stumble into somebody to attack, or... I mean, what exactly is going on? Bro, the light attack spam. Chuji's right. Chuji's so right. And sometimes it takes less than 5 light attacks. Somebody burnt me with a cauterizer, and I swear they only sliced me twice with it. They quick sliced me twice with that thing, and I was on fire. I was like, bro, what the hell is happening? I am cooking, I'm cooking. Also, the attractor field can be countered by just sprinting into their face. So if you have sprint left and you just sprint on into their face. Oz, I'm telling you, the ebb and flow on Harmony is solid. Like I'm telling you, every week guilds leave, but every week guilds join in. And sometimes when guilds leave, they don't like full on leave the game either. There's a solid flow of people into this server, surprisingly. I think, like Chuji said the other stream, it's people from other servers re-rolling on Harmony as kind of like a last-ditch effort to salvage any sort of like doings in this game, because they're taking forever to talk about combining servers. They're taking forever. See, and that's what's messed up, Chuji, is I'm always running Prana Stability and the Poise passive. And he still lit me up in 2. And I'm always running that. So is that another skill that's not quite functioning properly? Because it seems week by week there's a different set of skills that don't work as they should. And it's more so like passives and techniques that are not working week by week. Weird. I mean, we should be about just 7 or so minutes out from this storm keeping its ugly head. Then 8 minutes from it hitting the base, dependent on what side it's coming from. And if it's even going to hit it. This base might get edged for like a 4th time in a row. Oh, that'll suck. Loading screen. So, yes and no.
On infiltration.
Yes and no. Because a part of the reason that I think the progression system is so good is because when you work your way into the Ornithopter for the first time, it totally revolutionizes how you traverse the map. And then you get into the assault and it's just a good one. Oh, we got a command coming in. And I don't have those set up, but fear not, for I am the in-house command answerer. IGN stands for in-game name, not IGN and network, I would assume. In-game name obviously is Old Man Jenkins. He's the eldest of the man Jenkins. That's 4 L's in the word old, 3 N's in the word man, Jenkins. Again, he's the eldest of the men Jenkins. Oh, it's been a while since I've been able to do that one. Sonny, my man, coming in and dropping the follow. Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well. But loading screen, I mean, after hours and hours and hours of flying over, I tell ya. It's old. It's old. It gets older than the old man. And that's interesting, Chuji. I didn't realize that it was the half stagger that you could parry out of. Very interesting. If this storm does not come on the 5-minute mark, that will be the second time, and then I'm just gonna be convinced that the storm shifted for some fucking reason. Like, did Instance 3 crash or something? I wonder where Cowboy's at. You know, loading screen, just some areas to facilitate some guild versus guild ground combat I think would be a good start. Yeah, Kato, I made a video talking about that. You get like the rewards that you get. They said something about cosmetics, but they also said you will get some form of exponential player power that's not like substantial and would have a cap. But yeah, with Arc Raiders, you will have a wipe system, if you will. How often does Tarkov wipe? So I don't have experience inside of extraction shooters. You know? So like, how often does Tarkov wipe? Problem with that loading screen is you take one rocket from an ornithopter while you're inside of the buggy with rockets, and you're toasted. You're dead. And also, like Chuji said, yeah, there's a buggy rocket launcher death race, where basically a carrier ornithopter that's carrying a buggy rocket. Yeah, you have no armor when you're in the buggy. It's a one and done, basically. No shield, anyways. Yeah, that's like the one thing with the buggy. They need to give you that shield while you're in the rocket, and in the driver's seat, Yeah, Kato, the playlist is a building over on Arc Raiders as well. Indeed, indeed. We've been pumping out the, did you miss the base raid? No. Nope. Well, we got about, hopefully 60 seconds before this storm fucking shows us it's gonna be here. Let's look it up. Every 5 to 6 months, yeah. So, yeah, because a yearly wipe just seems like a long time. 5 to 6 months makes more sense. I don't mind the way Arc Raiders is going about it, though, with the non-forced wipes. You know? If somebody doesn't want... Oh, what'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? Please, Mr. Storm. No, no. What the fuck is going on? I try so... Actually, I don't try that hard. Fucking just, I hate this game so much sometimes. I don't even try not to hate it. Dude, loading screen scared the shit out of me. Dude, it scared... Are you talking about the voices that people can spit at you in-game? Bro... I was so confused the first time, dude. I thought it was a person. I thought it was a person using his real voice. It took me so off guard. Oh, it took me so off guard. Chuji, honestly, you know, a lot... See, that's the best argument that I've heard for a PvE-only mode yet. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's the best argument I've heard for that yet. Cause it's less trying to change the extraction genre and more so adding a layer to it. I like that. I like that idea. This storm's not even in the deep desert, bro. That's two. Where's the wall? That's 2, possibly 3, because last hour we didn't even see the storm. Dude. Bro. This game is so dumb. See, I never had somebody successfully extraction camp me. However, I think that's entirely because people were implementing the extraction camp technology, let's say, wrong. They were waiting for the person to get inside of the extraction zone and start using the last extraction prompt. After you start using that, there's not enough time for somebody to down you and fully knock you before you end up calling in the whole extraction, and at that point in time, you're escaping with all of your gear. So, like, the extraction campers never ended up getting me because they always jumped too late. Now, that strategy that they implement will change, and that's unfortunately just something inside of the extraction genre, you know what I mean? But the third-person corner camping, that's not typical of the extraction genre. That's entirely because of the fact that it's a third-person game. And that just I'm right there with you. That sucks so bad. Right, you're defenseless. So basically, if I start interacting with that final machine, as long as I don't panic and move my guy off of that machine and I let him interact with it, because if they down me while I'm interacting with it, I will continue to interact with it while they down me. And it's like the act of them downing me doesn't take me off of the machine. So as long as I don't panic and move around, my guy will just hold his hand up there and continue to call it in, and we'll be out before it's a full down. And what's funny is I take them with me so they can't extraction camp the next guy. But their strategy will change. Instead of waiting until you hit that, they'll wait until you run to go hit that to hit you for the first time, to put you into a bit of panic before you even start. Because if they can knock your health down low before you start, they might down and kill you in time. I don't know. So their strategy will change. That's just kind of like an extraction genre thing that you have to deal with, which is unfortunate, but just kind of is how it is. But the third person, man, that sucks, dude. I agree. That might be a killer in the game because it just leads to this campy style. I was even thinking about this today off stream. I was like, how do you go about countering somebody who's holding a corner on you? You know, my knee-jerk reaction is to hang on. Hang on now. I'm on the ground. Oh, dear. I was even thinking about this earlier today. If I'm holding, if there's a wall here that goes down like this, why are we not seeing this? Why is this not showing up? What the fuck is going on? Hang on now. What the fuck is going on? Give me a damn second. It's actually fucking ridiculous. That's not even looking at the right thing. It's lost its mind. It's actually lost its mind. Ow! So many things are going wrong all at once. All at once, everything's falling apart. I just wanged my fingernails so hard. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. Oh, you saw somebody saying on a video that because it's a third-person shooter, every encounter that you need to heal requires to move back and reset your position. Give me a second. Let me fucking land this stupid ornithopter so I can figure out what's going on here. So I can illustrate kind of what I'm talking about here, because I was thinking about this today, and it's very situational, but I think this might be like this might be something to keep in mind, because you're gonna have to do something about the third-person view, right? Inside of Fortnite, for example, it's not a problem because you can just put up another wall, right? You can put up a wall, and that kind of like prevents that. Because I was thinking about this. I was like, why didn't I have a problem with the third-person perspective in Fortnite? Well, it's because if somebody was doing that shit, you would just put up a wall and ramp wall into their ass. Ramp wall that ass. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Oh, dear God. Happens every time. There we go. Here's what I'm talking about. If we're looking at a wall like this, and I'm sitting right here. Boop. There's me. There's my guy right here. And somebody's sitting on the other side of this wall here, the back side of this wall. He's sitting right here. Boop. That's him. We're now at a standstill. And this sucks. This might be a problem inside of the game. Because right now, we're at a standstill. Right? I'm waiting on him to move. He's waiting on me to move. And the first person to move dies. The first person that moves dies. That's kind of the situation that we're in here. And that sucks. That's just not fun. So what I'm thinking here might be the play in a situation like this is if I'm holding this wall, peeking over it with my left shoulder, what I'm looking at in reality is like this view. I'm looking at it from this angle here, right? And he's hitting it from this angle here, right? That's where he's looking. That's where I'm looking. First one to step out, toasted. So inside of this situation, kind of what I'm thinking is we back up and we back up to where now if we're sitting here, oh, dear God, it was a massive head. Did you guys see that? His head was huge. Oh, it's tiny. There we go. Now we're back here. Our view has now shifted. Possibly like maybe even creeping out here just a bit. And at the bare minimum, if the view hasn't creeped out there just a bit, what we can do now is we can grab our grenade Because previously, if we had a grenade right here and we tried to throw it, we'd be throwing it into this wall. We don't want that. But if we're back here and we have a grenade, we may be able to catch the angle and land the grenade right here in this position where this doofus is at, right? Which is going to flush him out either this way or this way or this way. But either way, it's going to interrupt this whole system that we got into here where we're just fucking staring at a wall at each other. Like that sounds terrible. Use VoIP, becomes friends, wins game. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Yep, Cowboy. I was Dune Awakening's next update is what I was showcasing there. They're changing the game into Hangman, indeed, on MS Paint. Grenades, exactly, Rogue. That's what I'm saying. Well, there's also grenades inside of Arc Raiders as well, like the Showstopper, which is that massive area of effect stun grenade. So you could even throw something like that out there and then push into an immediate play. Chuji brings up a good point too. That was like that illustration there. So that face-off that you run into, that could be fucking 100 feet in between the two characters. They were very close together in that one. But you could potentially throw out like one of those devices that attracts arc as well. It's not a bad idea. So yeah, man, fuck, dude. The third party is it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem. And in order to heal, like Cowboy said, if I cracked his shield, if I cracked that guy's shield while I was, say, on the other side of that wall and I didn't push him, he could sit there and shield up and at least still watch his corner to see if I'm gonna push him, you know? Yeah, the third person is gonna be weird. And the flank behind is possible, but in that situation, like maybe there was another wall that we were both hard stuck on, and there was no flank behind. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there was no left side that he could have walked behind, so his route was back or out, and my route is back or out. And that's why I'm saying if we're in that wall versus wall situation, I think your best bet is to back up off of the wall while still not allowing yourself to fall into their line of sight. That way you can sneak a grenade over on the other side. Or if you're further back off of that wall, this is something else I was trying to get into as well. Because if you're further back off of that wall, you can kind of creep off to the right just a little bit, and he'll see less of your body, but you'll kind of expose more of that side. Like a bit of like a perspective, line of sight type shit. I was just thinking about that, running that situation through my head earlier today, because I was thinking that too. I was like, third person sucks. For those situations specifically, man, it rewards campy gameplay, and that shit's lame, dude. Even inside of the playtest, there were several times where we got jumped on by somebody who obviously heard me stomping around, you know, and then they just hold their angle waiting for me to come out. And they could hold that angle without even having to expose their body. Yeah. What are you gonna do, though? Use VoIP, become friends, win game. Yeah, that's... That, see, that would work. That would work. Beard, if I wasn't, you know, like, massively socially awkward, which might be weird to say considering the fact that we're live streaming right now, right? But trust me, bro, trust me. Put me in a social situation and watch how very awkward it all becomes. I don't know what to do or what to say or anything that's going on. The one guy inside of the playtest jumped out of a bush when we were playing solos. Scared the hell out of me. He's like, hey, are you gonna shoot me? I didn't know what to say. I don't even think I responded. I think I just left. I think I just ran away. We just ran. We just ran. We didn't even say anything. We said, I'm out of here. This guy's talking to me. To be fair, he scared the living shit out of me. He scared me good. He scared me good. Man, they're talking shadow drop. See, now I'm tweaking. Now I'm tweaking. They're talking of shadow drop. It's not confirmed. Oh. Oh, it's not confirmed. And, like, if they're saying shadow drop, would they genuinely just hold on to that information until the very last minute? Until they actually drop? I mean, that's what shadow drop entails, but, like, shadow drop with, like, maybe 10 hours of warning. It's the last day prior. Let me get on Twitter. Oh, 1 hour ago, 1 hour ago. Stay alert, folks. 9 a.m. God, I hate people. I hate people. I got baited. I fucking hate people sometimes. 9 a.m. Probably the new Battle Royale will be revealed. You motherfucker. You son of a bitch. You son of a you dirty dog. You dirty dog, you. It's only got 21 views on that post, and I'm one of them, and he got me. He got me good. Translated from Spanish as well. You son of a bitch. 9 a.m. though. 9 a.m. where? Perhaps, maybe, still, hopefully, huh? We can hold out hope. Some confirmation would be fantastic. Some confirmation would be huge. Well, if it isn't the old Haga Basin, I see. Still up and running. You know what? Now that we're here, Kato's base is 500 meters from my base. Let's piece this puzzle together now that we're here and I've remembered it. Well, that's 500 meters away. And that's 300 meters away, and 7 and 2. Oh, that's 390. Oh shit, that's 500 as well. Oh shit. Which one do we think? Do we think it's that 500? Or do we think it's that 500? I think it's this 500, because he said something about it being tucked into the wall. I was wrong. That's J-Wolf's base. Ah. Oh, it's 300. It's 300. I was wrong on multiple ends. 300 away. Okay, well, now we have multiple options. That's Ross's base. That's 500, so that can't be it. 7, 2, 2, 3, 3. So it's got to be this one. It's got to be this one. It's got to be this one, right? It's on a rock. Very nice. Very nice. You know, some people do some very clever things with the foundations, turning them into decoration, and I like it. I like it. You can see it up here as well. Bit of some pillar action going on. Very nice. The old worm going around. Bit of some Dune Man set as well. I like the landing pad. It's nice. Oh, very fancy. Very fancy. Keeping his power nice and organized and out of the main base. I like it. I like it a lot. Ooh, very nice on the chest organization here. Good. Cool. I dig it. You know what I like about it is those windows behind it fitting. Ooh. Not every day you see people do fancy flooring like this to create a bit of some aesthetic here. I like that indeed. Nice. Ooh, some roofing tiles put up inside of the build as well. This is also not something you see very often. Nice. You know what's crazy, Fusion, is the lag out here for me in the Haga Basin recently has not been terrible. It's not been that bad. I like the flow of this thing. I like the flow. Ah, into the tower. This is where he comes to make sure his power's still cooking. Nice. Very nice. I like it. Surprisingly, the Haga Basin has not been bad. I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did. But it was seemingly overnight. Man, where'd you get the bonsai tree, man? Everybody, was this a Twitch drop? I fucking like the bonsai tree. I like it better than this. This is all I have to work with. I'm a bush now. They call me Bushman Jenkins. I like the trees. I like the base. I wonder where Jed's at. We need Jed to get back in here so he can give me perms on his base so I can go do a tour of it as well. Because this base is incredible. Hopefully it's still here. Jed hasn't been on in a while. I'm not sure if his base is still powered on. This base is a piece of art. I tell ya, it is. It looks like it's crumbling. Looks like it's falling apart. But I tell ya, I absolutely love this base. Now that it's powered down, we might be able to walk through a lot of it. This is a good one. I tell you, this is a good base right here. Yeah, look at this fucking storage, bro. I like that. Bro, that's so smart. You access 9 storages just standing on one. Fucking Jed revolutionizing the tech, man. I like it. This base, he started putting this up like I want to say like probably the first week we rolled on Harmony, and he's just been like adding to it, you know, bit by bit by bit by bit. We've watched this thing go up. It's a solid base. Yeah, it's a badass base. You know what's funny, Fusion? That'd be so funny if like the big guilds that had the bases that were lagging just quit, so their shit's like off and deteriorate. You would think that would cause the game to lag more. They did something to the Haga Basin that made it better. Well, this base has power, so I don't think that's a part of it. It's all got a functioning purpose as well. It's what I like. Hell yeah. Man, I really like what he did with the roofing. Is hard to do anything cool with. You really have to think outside of the box, and I like what he did here. God, I like what he did with that with this roof piece. Yup. Even like this like tower back here. Man, that's so clever. That looks good. Hell yeah. See, we get over here, though, and this is where we get lag. This is why we moved out of this spot. We moved into Oldham. But then a few more people moved into Oldham, and we built a mega base there, so we kind of brought the lag, and then whoever built this base, which is a badass base, brought some lag. Yeah, we brought the lag over here. Urism finally said, I'm out. He said, I'm out of here. Oh. I like this. I like this. I like this for some reason. I like this. It's falling apart, but it's like, you know, a little condensed, a little small. I like it. Anytime, Kato, anytime. I like looking at bases. No, genuinely. I'm not playing. Like, I can get down on... I prefer PvP. I typically play games for the competition in the PvP, but I can get down on some really good PvE, and in these survival games, I'm all about the base building, man. I love base building. I love going big on the base builds. Absolutely. And touring other people's base builds as well is always interesting, because you typically always see some people do some sort of, like, unique shit. Hell yeah. Okay, hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. It says, on the horizon, we are incredibly excited for you to join us on the Battlefield at launch. And this is just the beginning for Battlefield 6, as shortly after launch, we will launch Season 1 on October 28th. We get a bit of a season preview here, but then if we... hold on. Hold on now. If we continue down, it says our seasons will have more content than ever before in a Battlefield game, and we will unpack that for you in more detail during an upcoming event, during an upcoming moment. When is that moment? They say there is much more to look forward to beyond our seasons as our team continues reviewing Battlefield Labs data, player feedback, and ideating on completely new ideas for the future. This is not confirming it for the 28th. Starting with an exciting new Battlefield take on a Battle Royale. This is not a confirmation. This just confirms that they're working on it. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. All right. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to end the live stream here. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Chances are we're going to boot up another live stream tomorrow. Just a little quick 6-hour live stream. We typically run these for longer, but we got a lot going on this week. I got a funeral at the end of the week that I got to go to. Speaking of which, the 29th and the 30th, we're going to be out of commission, not coming back until October 31st. Where we're going to be doing a 24-hour Arc Raiders live stream. But tomorrow, in all likelihood, we'll be booting up a Dune Awakening live stream where we jump back on into it. But it's also possible that Battlefield 6 announces a Battle Royale, in which case the live stream won't kick in until that goes live. So keep an eye out on the channel for that. If there's any sort of Battle Royale news, I'll be sure to cover it. And we'll also be sure to continue pumping on some Arc Raiders content. And, of course, any Dune Awakening content should, that happen to reveal itself miraculously. But I appreciate everybody swinging by. It was a crazy, fantastic, excellent night over on the Twitch with Rogue and Beard. And we had Cowboy here for a bit and Loading Screen, as well as Oz was here for a bit. Dies for Days dropped a raid. My man. We had Cess here for a while. We appreciate you guys. Bald Boy came in and dropped off a raid as well. Pretty crazy night. Go here. Fantastic. We appreciate you guys. Over on the YouTube as well was a fantastic night with Kato coming in at the #1 fan, followed by Tux, Linux, and then Sil coming in at #3. And then we got Chuji and Yurism and Sparkle Farts and Sam and AO3, Foozy and TCG Mark rounding out the top 10. We appreciate you guys. We most definitely do. Like I said, we'll be live tomorrow or when the Battle Royale launches for Battlefield 6. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day,